Hello, ladies and gents, and welcome to the Iesf Esports World Championship 2025. Who's going to be busting a move for today's qualifiers? And you know what? I'm pretty excited, pretty stoked today, just because, well, we're going to have another PUBG mobile tournament. And my name is Red Queen Andy, together with Torx, and we will be your casters for this tournament.
Thank you so much, Andy, for the wonderful welcome. And yes, this is just the start for the Asia and Oceania qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. A total of 4 days of action, back to back, no breaks, no nothing. So you better get your seat belts, you better get your popcorn, and get every single snack that you want ready right now, because it's 6 matches, baby. It's 6 matches each and every single day that the teams will be playing in hopes to getting their spot for that wonderful grand finals of the IESF.
Oh man, you know what? I'm going through the list here, Torix, and I can see a lot of countries actually very eager to prove themselves or like showcase what they can do inside a battlefield. But hopefully we see a Filipino team. Maybe someday, you know, I would love to cheer for them. But you know what? My only expectation so far for this entire tournament is for those, you know, a lot of explosive gunfights. What do you think?
Oh, explosive gunfights, the early fights, any single one of those fights that can possibly happen. And on top of that, the circle taking that shift to the very corner edges, backing up the teams in a very corner. That's what I want to see. That's exactly what I want to see, and that's my kind of action that I do love throughout this whole game. I want the aggression. I want the teams to wreak chaos in the full match, just like the chaos that was about to happen on the caster desk, ladies and gentlemen. That's the kind of chaos that we all want.
Kind of missed my all right, but it's okay. I'm okay. I'm safe. All right. Yeah, I mean, You're absolutely right. You know, I'm always eager to see like which teams here is gonna really step up their gameplay. You know, right from the bat, they're gonna go for those heavy killing momentum sort of type. But we're looking at the squad list that we're gonna have coming from Asia A. As you can see on the screen, it's UAE, Kuwait. We got Turkmenistan, Lebanon, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Oman, Mongolia, Syria, Iraq, and Jordan. Some of our participants for this tournament.
That's the squad list of Asia A, ladies and gentlemen. These are the 12 names right now on our screen. We might see more, we might not see more. We might just be settling down to the slot number A, the group number A, with just these 12 total teams. Once again, it's not about Queen. It's not about the teams at this point in time. It's about the countries that they're representing. Once again, like every single team, the best of the best from each individual country, they are going to represent themselves in this Asia and Oceania qualifiers to make their slot, not only just for that grand final, but also for the tabletops and that bragging right that yes, our country is the one that's at the very top.
Oh my goodness, you know what? I'm sure since you said that, we're gonna have players, you know, the cream of the crop, so to speak, you know, the best of the best representing their countries. I'm pretty sure everyone is excited at how this story is going to unfold. So might as well, ladies and gents, don't forget to follow the official social media pages if you want to keep updated with everything that is happening inside the Asia and Oceania qualifiers. But do you have any expectations coming from the countries here, Torix?
I mean, it's the best of the best from each and every single country. That's the thing. They got invited. They're here to play and wreak chaos in every single one of those games. But the point structures that's going to be followed, ladies and gentlemen, it's this one. It's old now. We all know. We're all familiar with this. The teams are familiar with this. 10 for the winner chicken dinner. Second gets 6. Third gets 5. 4 gets 4. 5 gets 3, 6 gets 2, 7 and 8 only with the 1. That's where the cookie's gonna crumble, from anywhere between 9 and 16, and in this case 13 or 12. Nobody's gonna get any single point. So there's gonna be like 3 or 4 unfortunate teams that might not get even a single placement point for themselves, but they still have the chance of getting that elimination point that's gonna counter 1 elimination to 1 point.
Exactly. So teams do have a choice whether or not they're going to go for the passive or the aggressive gameplay. Are they going to go guns blazing right off the bat here, or are they going to play the long game? You know, as you all know, I mean, each teams that we have here in the tournament will then have to gather as much points as they can, but they have to find that golden ratio that we keep on talking about when it comes to getting those placement points and those elimination points. So I am pretty ecstatic over here, Torix, to know what kind of gameplay will be coming from the participants today.
Oh, but we have our squad rosters. We have the squad rosters. Before we can talk about what kind of games these guys can play, let's see who actually is representing their country. From United Emirates, you saw the team name, you saw who the 4 players were. But going on to the next team, that is Kazakhstan. It is Thanos alongside of Few. Then we have Visor alongside of Nagi. These 4 players from the PMCS right here. So kind of like on the fact that, okay, every single team is like kind of having that opportunity and everything, and these are the best of the best. I've not seen them before, but I'm really excited to see them today in these matches on how they're going to do it. Some of the names like Majid, Al-Hajri, all these names, I think those are the real names of the players, but we have their in-game name, that is Ragnar, Code Rage, there's Hajri, there's Owner, all these 4 players from Kuwait as well. But Andy, 3 down, 9 more to go.
Oh man, sorry. I mean, you have to guide me on like maybe how to enunciate or pronounce this names. You know, as someone who comes from, not exactly sure how to say this, but I'm gonna try my best. But you can correct me anytime. You can come in anytime. All right. So coming next for the squad roster, we got players from Turkmenistan. This is Suleiman Galapakov, Emir Oradov, and we got 2 of them. And Muhammad Sayidov. How is this possible?
I mean, that's a question that I want to know as well. How is it possible that we have 2? What are the chances? If it's actually true, what are the chances that a squad has the ditto name with the last name for 2 of their players? Imagine you're calling one player and the other one's gonna respond.
Yeah, I mean, we also have the same players here for Lebanon. I mean, we got 2, Fadel Noraldin, but then again, maybe they're maybe there's some typo of some sort. But we'll try to figure it out with the prod later on, ladies and gents. But as you can see on the screen here, we're just trying to flex, you know, all those players that will be repping up their countries at the moment. We got Mongolia right here, and Torix, I think this is yours.
That's Mongolia. Becca, we have Desert, we have Jiro, we have Hopis. These 4 players from Mongolia, they're going to be representing for their country, not just the team. It is not just the GG teams. It is right now Mongolia that they're representing. But I think we're up on to like 6 or 7 teams done and dusted. But from this point onward, everything, like it's going to be the same until all of these teams are done. That's one thing for sure. But Omega, Satan, Iesf, and Ali25 from Syria, ladies and gentlemen. These are the 4 names alongside the rest from Uzbekistan this time. Ears, Jonik, Spidey, and I think Butcher MVP. Yes, there is kind of a slight mistake on the real names. We will get that fixed as soon as possible, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about it. But we have Iraq. Eliko, in fact, my bad. PS Mam 92 Azhi. There's Hiva Klar. I'm not sure if I said that name right. Yeah, that's Hiva Mustafa.
Yeah, Hiwa Mustafa. But you know what? You're absolutely right, Torix. You know, during the official PUBG Mobile events, we are used to seeing, you know, players use their IGNs, their game names, but so far we're seeing their real names. And some of them, I'm not exactly sure. I'm not familiar. But then again, I feel like their game and how they move inside a battlefield, perhaps that will do all the talking, you know, for today's event.
Oh my god, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. But going on to Jordan, we have Ragnarok, we have Jordan's Elias, Tome, Clever, these 4 players. And I think it's about time that we're done with this, with all of this squad rosters. I think it is like 10, 12. Yeah, that was the 12th team, ladies and gentlemen. But the schedule that's going to be played today, it's these 6 matches. Sanhok only once, 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars.
So that means that we're gonna have Sanhok, 4 Sanhoks for the entirety of the qualifiers. So we gotta cherish our time when we drop around Sanhok. You know, this is going to be a fast-paced game. So usually, we see the map of Sanhok at the beginning of the tournament, just so the players, I feel like they could warm up a bit, you know, to prepare themselves to drop into the 2 iconic maps we have here in PUBG, which is of course Erangel and Miramar.
I mean, that's the case. That's the case. We're starting with the fastest map of them all. That is going to be Sanhok, and from that point onward, the situation is just gonna go clearly wild from that point, because 3 Erangels back to back. In fact, 2 Erangels back to back. Is that 2 Erangels? Yeah, 3 Erangels back to back. Never mind. We're starting not from left, right. We're starting from up to down, from top to bottom. M1, it is Sanhok. Second match, Erangel. Third, Erangel. Fourth, Erangel. Then last but not the least, the last 2. Second last, match 5, Miramar. And the final one, we're going to end on the Miramar as well. So get your seatbelts ready, guys, as I was talking about that a while ago, because those Miramars at the very end, they're going to be very hectic for all of these teams, because you play Sanhok, you go for a very fast pace. You go Erangel, okay, that's a medium pace, that's a normal pace that everyone's gonna play. But the Miramar, that's where the pace changes, and playing 3 Miramar like Erangels back to back, it kind of puts a little bit of pressure and a lot of I'd say the fact that you're overwhelmed with all these maps, and suddenly the map changes. You're not going to play like with the full efficiency that you can play if every single match is changing back to back. Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, that kind of thing. No, you're playing either Erangels or you're playing either Miramar.
Oh, you're absolutely right. You know what? I do love the fact that we have 3 Erangels, you know, back to back, so that, you know, teams can actually probably will have a chance to maintain their pace, they maintain their consistency, maintain their rotations, and they will have a chance to really make that map, you know, their bread and butter for the entirety of the qualifiers, just so they could really gather as much points as they can to top the leaderboards. And those 2 Miramars, I feel like, you know, it's going to be kind of a riot, so to speak, since it's a big map. I feel like most of the fights will happen towards the latter stages of the match.
I mean, it can either happen like that, it can either happen on the fact that Miramars are going to be very aggressive, or we might see some early fights in early matches like Sanhok. Sanhok is definitely a must. Teams will definitely go for an aggressive approach in the Sanhok. But the Erangels, the first 2 Erangels will be chaotic, and I can safely say for sure that today, those Miramars, the 2 Miramars that's going to be played, they're not going to be aggressive whatsoever. So get ready for a very stale match, Andy, because those 2 Miramar matches will either be going to be like a momentum maker for the teams. Like, okay, after Erangels, those Miramars are going to like be that matches for the teams that are not performing too good at the start of their today's matches, at the start of day number 1, because it's only 2 days for Group A and 2 days for the Group B as well. So with only 2 days, 6 matches each day, 12 matches in total, you only have 4 Miramars and 6 Erangel. The teams will definitely go aggressive on Erangels and try to like force themselves on a slow pace of the Miramar.
You know what? That could be the pace. Definitely. But we're not entirely sure just yet. I mean, we don't even know like which teams is actually prepared for battle, right? Again, you know, who's gonna come out guns blazing. We don't know which teams is gonna go for that long game. You know, maybe start a few zones like with a passive rotation, but then again, you know, they could come out and just start to be Rambo and get all those kill points that they need. But for now, we don't exactly have any data just yet. We don't even know like what the teams gonna pick in terms of their drop spots, but we are extremely excited to know like which of these amazing teams, which of these amazing countries is gonna go for the drop clashes. That's I think one of the things I really look forward to, Torix.
I mean that's what I look forward to as well. Those early clash drops, those drop clashes, anything that can possibly and potentially throw you in a fight I want that to happen. I want that kind of like aggression to happen, no matter what the circumstances are. And I want the circle tonight. I want the circle to absolutely go chaos. I don't care. It's gonna go in the water. It's gonna go in the land. You have to make sure that you're at least taking a little space for your own self, circle. You have to make sure that some of the play area is not even accessible for the teams, and that's because we only have 12 teams. I think that's wishful thinking is definitely going to help me. And at the same time, in my aggression kind of phase, that I want to see that aggression in pursuit of that, because you only have 12 teams, whereas usually you do have like 16 teams of a ratio. The ratio is completely crumbled. You're missing 4 teams. You're starting with top 12 teams going against each other. There's 4 teams are missing. There's 3 teams are missing in their proximity. Even if you like take out 1 team from the grace period, there's still like 3 more teams are missing. You don't have too much of a fighting space, but you have a lot of survival space. You have a lot of locations that you can go hold, and up until to the 7th stage, 8th stage, everyone might even be alive.
You're exactly right. Oh man, but you know what? I think we should play a little game here, Torix. But first day, I think we should maybe observe first, like how teams are gonna play this one out. Yes. But maybe on the second day of the qualifiers, we can play a little game of what we do, prediction game. How else are we gonna call it? But since we don't have any information just yet, again, we don't exactly know which teams here are gonna go super aggressive right off the bat here, right from the get-go. So we're just gonna have to wait until we drop into the tropical map of PUBG Mobile, which is of course Sanhok. And usual areas that I'm looking forward to, the fights happening in Paradise Resort and Boot Camp, and what else? Bainan actually is also a great area when we can witness how to say, like that river that we have there, maybe it can turn red.
Yes. I mean, but you know one thing, the Bravo Island, Alpha Island, my bad, and the eastern corner mountaintop, where that single ruin on top of the mountain is, the teams do tend to go over there as well. We have seen some kind of aggressive stances at that particular area, the eastern side, the mountaintop of the Camp Alpha, and if the teams do go over there, it's going to be a chaos. There's definitely going to be at least one team that's going to like completely wipe out from that point onward. But aside from that, Painan is a very, very good choice for the teams. If I have to say, like 12 teams going Painan is absolutely like easily achievable. Not only achievable, but at the same time, it can actually help the teams like cement themselves, because you don't have to worry about too much of the teams like crossing over towards the area, crossing from one direction to the other, and you can just cement yourself. If the circle actually helps you, you can cement yourself, and you can hold that particular area throughout, I think, until the circle ends.
You know, that's the thing, right? I mean, that's one of those things that we love about PUBG. It's unpredictability. You don't even exactly know where the next circle is going to land, if it's going to favor you or not, if it's going against you. And that's the beauty of it. I think that's why, you know, we always get excited at those, you know, when we see a lot of the team clashes happen inside the map, you know, the back and forth trades. And I think as casters, I think we really, you know, like love the chaos, love the action. And I think most of the people here watching right now, the Asia Oceania qualifiers is, well, looking for some heavy dose of action coming from these amazing teams.
And we're talking about the action of these teams, right? Do not forget to spam your favorite team. Spam your team that you're supporting into the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. And while you're at it, make sure you hit that like button as well, because it's not just Asia A. We're gonna also have Asia B tomorrow, maybe. And suddenly either 2 days of Asia A and 2 days of Asia B, or it's going to be like a back and forth format. Asia A one day, Asia B the second day, Asia A the third day, and Asia B the final day for them onto the 4th day. So make sure you're spamming your team, favorite country. Support your team, because not only right now, they're not only representing themselves, but they're also representing your whole country. It's not like the fact that you can just go, okay, I don't support this team, I'm not gonna support him. No, you have to support that team, because it's representing your country at this point in time. Make sure you give all the support, all the love that you can possibly accumulate to them, because they're definitely going to need that. They're definitely going to need that. At this point, it's not just their team that is at stake, the number one placement that is at stake for their whole team. It's the fact that they're representing the whole country because of that. And when that happens, the peer pressure that the teams face, that, okay, it's not just our team name, it's not just our 4-squad roster. We're talking for the whole country. We're representing the country, that, okay, this kind of a gunpowder, this kind of a gameplays that you can expect from our country team. Not just us, not just a single individual player, but from the whole country.
And something, it's not just about the prize pool, right? I mean, it's not just about the like how much money you're gonna get from every official tournament, for PUBG. I think it's more of like the pride and joy as well. I heard about a team actually winning a tournament, and they've been welcomed as heroes, in their own country, and we'd love to see more of that one. We'd love to see a lot of rising teams. It only goes to show that we do have a thriving community.
Yes.
And we just also have to give it to the teams and the players as well. Just have to appreciate, how much effort they really put in to make sure that they play at this high caliber level, where they could participate in world stages just like this one. IESF giving platform, for every teams here to make something of themselves, right? To make a name, to get all the glory, not just the prize pool, but also the bragging rights of stepping into this kind of tournament.
I mean, that's the thing. At this point, it's those bragging rights that you want. It's not just these 12 teams that you're fighting against. It's the top 24 teams that you're going up and up against at this point in time. 13, 12 to 12, that's 24 teams, and only one country is going to be deemed champion for the IESF this time around for the 2025, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Asia Regional Qualifiers. Today, the Series A, the Group A, and we do have to see. We just do have to see how statistically every single team is going to play. The first match is going to be our statistics for maybe the couple of next matches, but I think it's not just the first match. We have to at least take in consideration of the first 2 matches or 3 matches, because first one is going to be Sanhok. You don't know. There's only going to be one Sanhok each and every single day, so you cannot take that statistically. But Erangel and the Miramars, that's where the shift is going to occur. We can take the Sanhok, yes, but we have to take that Erangel, the first Erangel and the first Miramar into the consideration to actually deduce the perfect statistic analysis for every single one of these country, the teams that they're representing their countries, and okay, what kind of a pressure they're on, and what kind of a gameplay that they're here to present from their countryside. What is the vision at this point in time? What kind of a vision are they bringing in on the table against everyone? Because right now, every team will be trying to take that top placement, even on the first match, and especially on the first match.
I mean, who wants it most, right? I mean, are you prepared to give everything that you've got or in order, to make sure that you will stay at the top of the leaderboard? And speaking of leaderboard, of course, we're going to kick things off in the map of Sanhok, and we are already underway. We are seeing the fly pad on your screen, and it looks like, it came from Kaug, ending in Tambang. So this is slightly on the left top side of the map here. So we got plenty of space to go for south part area. And I'm looking at the teams here. They've already opened up their parachutes. We got Kuwait probably headed towards Hatin area. We got Tatmok being unoccupied, okay, but a number of teams headed maybe Painan and Camp Charlie. Most of them are heading down south.
Come on. Just make sure you keep heading south and you just stumble upon each other accidentally. But we do know that there's not going to be an accident. But at the boot camp, nobody's there. But Paradise on the other hand, I see 2 teams clashing against each other in an early fight. On our mini screen, we can see so far one team just chilling out there into the air. United Arab Emirates, ladies and gentlemen, this is the name. That is right now just chilling into the air. And Okay, they're going really,
Ooh.
really hard to the corner of the map. But Mongolia, ladies and gentlemen, on our screen, in front of them, there's going to be T-72, Spidey in the front
Ooh.
lines. But already there's going to be casualties. Not here, not at the Paradise, but at a different location.
Yep, I feel like we already have our first blood. But anyway, we are seeing players from I think this is Mongolia, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Mongolia. They're not making a move just yet, Torix. I think everyone is trying to get into a position here, trying to get some information before they actually push for a fight happen. So at the early stages, we are seeing, both the teams here really being very cautious. And we did talk about, having a first elimination here. So I think it already happened. Did a team already went out?
I think so. Like, judging from the fact on how many players are right now remaining, okay, I think yeah, but at the same time, there's a second elimination happening. It's a knock, it's a confirmation in a short while. Jiro, come on, you have to get that revival as soon as possible. But GG, Raindrop, Desert, Taffy alongside of Sung, all these the rest of the 3 players, it's going to be a really difficult situation. And there we go, the spray came in from Desert. He makes sure that the casualties are happening onto the other team as well. Even if Jiro gets eliminated, there's Tajikstan's ready for that action. Not stopping, but a grenade is coming. A grenade is on its way. Not making the connection. And slowly approaching this situation from an off angle. I think it's definitely going to help you. Sung, you're the only hope at this point. Back shots, backfire. You do that third party angle, and you're going to be absolutely making sure that those confirmation of those eliminations are coming in for your team.
That's what we want, a few seconds into the game, and we are already seeing a lot of the trades happening. We got Song already down on the ground here. We got another one from the side of Uzbekistan. One casualty and one currently on his knees. We got Thanos getting eliminated. Perhaps that's a confirmation coming through just yet, but we'll get back to that in just a while. But we're seeing, again, this fight happen in Painan, and as you can see on the screen here, they're really going to have a hard time picking up Sung at the moment, without really causing a lot of damage here. So let's see how Uzbekistan's going to come back, from this setback.
That's the thing. How they're going to come back from this setback at this point in time. This is the question. Uzbekistan, they're ready. Iraq Ali, he is reviving the players, but in the meanwhile, we're seeing some more casualties on a different plane, different angle, ladies and gentlemen. Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, both players are from both teams. They're getting that revival done. 155 meters away from the circle. That's one thing. First of all, they have to get in the circle. Dissolve this fight. Do not get into that engagement. No, come on, disengage and just get out of here. Get into the circle. Hold the other team's spot inside of that circle. But that's a wrong move. That's a wrong move that Tajikistan is actually going to consider and take the leap of faith, get a knockdown right here, and they're just going to push from this point onward. It's potentially a 2 versus a 3 scenario at this point in time, because Erangel, Aliko, the only 2 guys that are right now surviving in this proximity, you can see they're not even in the same compound, so they cannot potentially give enough cover to their own team members. But there we go, a lot of damage on both of the players. Just one more bullet, and it's going to be all over as Aliko gets a grenade, a splash damage on him. It's all up to the last guy whatsoever from this team at this point in time. And at the moment he's going to get even a single shot bullet race on him, it's going to be over for old Uzbekistan.
Oh, man, we did ask you guys who's going to be busting a move right here, and it looks like Raindrop was the one to get it. I mean, that was such an awesome move coming from Raindrop. He went off angle, he sneaked an attack right there, and that paved the way for them to actually win that clash. Although they did suffer a loss, but I think it's still okay. I mean, stage 1, 3 players. I still, 3 is still a doable number for me, so I'm excited at how they're going to be, performing still going through the remaining stages for this map. But getting back into the action over here, we got Kuwait again back on the map, and I do believe they are maybe suffering some. I mean, like a couple of players already knocked down on the ground here, so I'm not quite sure how or like what transpired at the moment. But for Mongolia's side, they already have 2 in the bag here, Torix.
They do have like 2 in the back so far, but already You can see like 9 teams remaining, so basically 3 teams completely got absolutely decimated. But 33 players, it's kind of showing that, okay, there are more than that casualties. It's not just the 3 teams, it's like those solo players into the proximity that got absolutely eliminated as well. Kuwait, you can see getting those shots on them. 2 of the players are right now down, Hajuri and the other guy, Mesh. I think I'm saying that name right, is the other person right now alive in this proximity. But the circle, we didn't see the circle for at the early stage, did we? But now that we're seeing the circle, it's gonna go towards the northeastern corner, towards the paradise it is, and the paradise is where the fights is actually happening. You can see all of these names, like the ones that were in the circle, they're just chilling, but the ones that were not, that were on the other island, they're absolutely going crazy trying to get their spot inside of that circle, and they're very aware of the surrounding, that okay, there might be some teams holding that corner of the circle against us.
But you know what? Honestly, for those teams that will be coming from south, since there's a lot of space in the middle, I mean, they do have the choice where they're going to go for an engagement this early, or they could just wait it out, live to fight another day. I mean, it's just stage 2 over here, and there's still a lot of things that could actually happen. But well, we are actually staying with Kuwait over here. Again, Ragnar's still knocked down on the ground here, and it looks like Mishal is not letting this player get out of his sight. I mean, he's definitely going for the elimination over here. But let's see what kind of maneuver Spidey is ready to show us at this point. I mean, obviously he's not in a very good spot here, so I think he opted to just, again, live to fight another day.
That's exactly what's going to happen. He is trying to make sure that he is alive. He is surviving. He's making sure that his team is into the area where they can survive and everything. But wait a second, L7N, come on. He jumped out of the car and absolutely got destroyed there. No, this is not how you should be doing at this point in time. But here we go, UAE, ladies and gentlemen. They're right now on facing a lot of casualties on them. You can see the players knocked down. There's the slim chance of them surviving, but the chances are still there. The grenades are going, not making any connection as the players are inside of that compartment. But the Molotov may be a different story. Not a single connection now whatsoever. Still, come on, I need some connections, I need some engagements over here, and all of these players to actually like go for the aggressive stance. United Arab Emirates, L7N got revived, Lost is there throwing those grenades and not making connection so far. But when is the connection going to be here? Live finally got a connection. It's a slight damage, not too much to like face the casualty, but still there's 2 down. Oh my god, UAE has 2 down, the third one almost on its way as Ragnarok is coming, and he's gonna wreck a Ragnarok onto the players. That's a Molotov going there. The revive is absolutely gonna be denied, and from this point onward, HMD, we go to the final hope, man.
Oh man, UAE just got demolished! Oh man, they just got eliminated stage 2 here in Sanhok. I mean, obviously they do have the momentum. I mean, if you're just gonna be looking at the number of elimination points they've already scored, I mean, that is a strong performance right there. I mean, Ragnarok leading the charge, living up to his reputation. Ragnarok is kind of, like very good in battles. It's a big battle. But yeah, 7 points in the bag here. Oh, that's totally awesome. But Mafty, ladies and gents, and we did talk about, those teams that will be coming from down south, and obviously, well, they decided to move a little forward, closer to the middle here, but we can see 2 more teams just, like within proximity. But right down there in the middle, we do have a team in Paradise Resort just waiting for any teams that would challenge that spot and try to take it away from them.
I mean, at this point in time, I want to see those aggressions happen, and there we go, there we have it. At this point, Live is the only person alive, and oh my god, he's actually making sure that even if he's getting eliminated, he's taking somebody at the very least down with him. But Andy, this is the stage number 2. Wait a minute. This is the stage number 2, and we're down to top 8, and these top 8, so they're ready to take more and more action. Rex is here, throwing a grenade. Iesf, be very careful on what you're going to do at this point, as Rex is kind of connecting those grenades upon on the players, maybe somewhat into the proximity into the near future. Nothing. No, not a single grenade is going to be connected, and finally, he's out of the grenades, he's out of the throwables, and he has to finally push. TW, Rex, ready. KR, Ali in the meanwhile, alongside of Ragnarok. As Ragnarok gets eliminated, Lebanon is here. Rex pushing forward. The smoke grenade is definitely going to help him a little bit, but I think it's going to make more of a mess than it's going to help at this point in time.
You know what? If Ragnarok and the rest of the team here survives this wave, oh man, it's going to be amazing. I mean, obviously, Lebanon, timing was key. They did hear those gunshots. They did know that there was, there was an altercation that just happened, and they did not give them any opportunities to lick their wounds or to do reset here. So, like, if Lebanon actually wins this fight, then that's totally an advantage to them. But if Ragnarok and the rest of the crew survives this, then we can say that probably they are one of the threats here in this entire competition. Just look at that, Lebanon getting demolished at the moment as we speak. The trades is just pretty amazing here. Here comes Rex trying to make a move, goes in for the charge, goes in for the trade. Unfortunately, he was low on the triggers there, and Lebanon just got eliminated.
Oh my god, we have another team eliminated, ladies and gentlemen. Another full-fledged team. Down to the top 7 we go, but ooh, wait a second. I see Iesf being absolutely decimated from his own car. Clever is here. Take that aggression and all those casualties to his own name. 11 elimination for Kyrgyzstan at this point in time. 11 elimination. And the highest elimination number, the player that was responsible for those elimination, he's absolutely gone. He's completely done. The rest of the 3 players like Iesf and the rest of his team, it's all up to these guys. So be very careful at the 3-man unit. Okay, you can do good, but it's never too bad to be very. But oh, Desert Teffy, you're trying to stick to that mountain to get on the very top of that hill. But Tajikistan's on our screen, RE Sung, alongside of Desert Taffy. These are the 2 players that are responsible for the survivability of their team, and they're absolutely at the very almost dead center of the circle. A decent position, but I don't know how the circle is gonna like treat them. Is the circle gonna like treat them with a hard shift or a shift towards them? Kazakhstan's, you can see them. Kuwait is on the north western corner, and at the same time we have Paradise still contested by 1 team. But okay, Desert Teffy, you tried, man. You cannot get up there. Just give it up at this point.
It's worth a try. But yeah, I mean, like, Kyrgyzstan obviously is flexing their firepower at the moment. I believe they're the first team to score a double digit, for stage 4. So, that's gonna be quite a showdown for first match here. And followed by Tajikistan. I mean, they're already at 7 eliminations, so I think they have also like a good momentum going on for them. And we are seeing Desertifi right now being successful with his climb. I mean, that was such a steep one, but he was able to make it, and now he will enjoy this vantage point. Of course, if you do have that high ground, then it'll be easier for you to get those information, to extract knowledge from your opponents, and that will definitely help you make out a very good strategy in order for you to win Sanhok. But then again, ladies and gents, we are looking at 7 teams remaining, and Oman right now bagging 1 elimination point, and Ashton is not looking too good here just because of the fact that he is at the edge of the circle, and everyone knows that he is exactly where he is. I mean, the team saw him actually dropped from the vehicle and entered this small house, this Nipa house over here. And I'm pretty sure that everyone's looking at him at this moment.
I mean, even the position is not too good. The moment you're going to get out, you're gone. You're gone from that point onward. But Kuwait right now, ladies and gentlemen, on our screen, outside of the circle now, they will have to make their move in the circle at this point in time. But Kuwait, they're kind of scattered, aren't they? I can see a Mesha here, but all the other players, not even in the closest proximity of that mini map. So they're somewhere in like more than 100 meters of a distance. But there we go. Iraq, they know action is close to this proximity into these compounds. So first of all, they're making sure that the car is unusable. The car is not going to be used whatsoever. Next thing that they're going to do is going to set up vantage points at different windows. Try to look up the players. If anything he's doing any peaks or something, just shoot at him from that point onward. Just get him eliminated. Mongolia on our screen as well, trying to get inside of that circle. But cars in Sanhok, not a very, very wise combo. In my opinion, at the very least. I don't know, but I don't know anything. The teams knows better than I do against all of the other teams, so they know what they're doing, absolutely. But Ragnar, your car is about to burst down, man. Your car is about to go hot smoking. So leave that, change the car, or just stay in the safe side. But another circle shift is happening, Andy. Another circle shift is going to happen, and there we go. This time, we still have a majority of the teams, at the very least, in the circle.
Yeah, when it comes to Sanhok, I actually agree with you on this one. I mean, you have to be very stealthy, very sneaky, move like a ninja, sort of thing when you're playing in Sanhok. So most of the time we see a lot of suppressors actually being used, usually. But yeah, it's a different thing that vehicles are actually being utilized here in this map. But then again, it all boils down on like what kind of strategy this team is are ready to show us. But again, in the meantime, we're looking at the map feed, and Kyrgyzstan, one of the top competitors that we have so far, is just like really trying to go for that zone control as you should. And Kuwait over here probably struggling a bit, getting into the safe zone. I mean, they do have a team that they need to deal business with in front of them, coming from behind them. So I don't know what's going to happen for Kuwait.
I mean, we don't know anything that's going to happen for all of these teams. The vantage point that they have set themselves up into, it's good, it's decent, but Desert Teffy, come on! You were on a very, very amazing position, but in a single short instance, everybody knows your location. You got shot down, and now you're getting that revival to your own self. So Sung, he's there to get that revival done, but for how long? That's the question. You don't have the car now, you don't have the vehicle, you cannot get out of there unscathed, so you definitely have to get into the fight, and from that point onward, from those fights, you have to think of your next moves. But ooh, I see a bike. Okay, Hadri, that's something new. These guys never fail to amaze me.
I mean, that was a great spot, from Kuwait. They were able to break down a little bit of the defense coming from the side of Kyrgyzstan. So I think that's a win for them. But I'm not exactly sure if that knockdown was translated into an elimination point. But in the meantime, we're looking at Tajikistan. 7 points in the bag here. We're looking at a lot of smokes being popped at the moment, and we do see some players actually get knocked down, from this trade. But Desert Teffy, we all saw him get knocked down just moments ago, and his location was already compromised. So he is actually going for another angle over here, and well, both of the teams, I feel like they're being very, very cautious, at every step that they take. Stage 6, I feel like for 6 teams, we have a lot of space here. But then again, being clever with his shot, was able to take down someone, but he overextended his stay in that location. So I think he got knocked down as well. So is he still going to get picked up?
I mean, no, I don't think that's going to be happening. But Sung barely surviving that grenade, but finally getting eliminated. But Teffy, oh my god, you cannot even see that HP on the guy. But finally, he's going to have that point blank HP to his name once again. But TWE, Pablo, with the grenade, throwing it up, getting some damage connected, finally entering the compound, making sure that the DBS is actually forcing the player to push on him. But that push is not going to be in your favor, man. That push is not going to be in your favor, neither. Onto the other guy as he gets shot from the backside as Ragnar takes that elimination. It's Meshel getting those 3 eliminations single-handedly in all of that fight. Kuwait is right now with 3 alive, 3 eliminations. But GG into the front lines. You can see Desert Teffy once again, not only just giving that revive to the team, but also surviving with the team member, surviving with Sung. We saw these guys a duo a while ago, and they're still duo.
Kyrgyzstan, 13 points in the bag here. Again, strongest team so far. An explosive gameplay, just what we asked, and they actually delivered it. 4 teams remaining for stage 7 here. Again, this is, I mean, the circle is too big, for just 4 teams. So, pretty much sure that there's still a lot of space, but I don't think that's. I mean, we're gonna get into maybe stage 8 or 9, but I mean, just how close they are at each other. Kuwait right now suffered another loss here, and again, Kyrgyzstan, amazing with how they extract information and how they really go for that amazing firepower. And right now, they're really making it hard for Kuwait to get inside the safe zone here, Torix.
Getting inside of that safe zone is one thing, but there's also only top 4 teams from this point onward. We're down to the top 4, and this is 22 minutes in. The beautiful spray from Light gets one down, then the rest of the teams just make the short work of them. Beautifully done. 351 in the one side, getting the team KGZ down. There's also Light getting those shots, getting those connectivity upon the players, but now we have Flive at this angle. He's also the solo guy. He's also the one and only guy remaining into the match. We're stuck between the 2 rocks. He go back, that's going to be his demise. He go forward, that's also going to be his demise. A lot of grenades that may occur into the area. And there's a Molotov. That's it over as the player gets finished off. We have Kyrgyzstan getting that winner chicken dinner for the match number 1 of the Asia and Oceania qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. This is the group number 8.
You know what? I think it was pretty obvious right from the get-go who's going to be winning Sanhok. I mean, double-digit elimination points for first match here. They did not waste their time showing their true form and showing what they can bring into the table here. It was just a really strong and aggressive performance right from the bat here coming from Kyrgyzstan. So we do expect a lot more action from the team since they've already showed their beast form at the beginning of the tournament here. Will it be the same pace? Will it be the same pace for the entirety of the qualifiers? But then again, we are just at the beginning. So it's not how you start the game, it's how you finish it.
That's beautifully said. It's not about the fact that you're starting really slow, but you're ending on a very big note. That's what's going to matter. At the end of the day, at the end of the match, it's going to be 10 points waiting for you with that winner chicken dinner if you manage to secure that for yourself. And on top of that, any points of those elimination that you're going to have, it's just a bonus from that point onward. But ladies and gentlemen, this was a match number 1 that's done and dusted. I am so excited to see just how many more teams, how many more names have those double-digit elimination number to them, because I think I saw at least 2 or 3 teams with those double digits, close to the double digits at the very least. 8, 9 eliminations, even 10 eliminations some of them had. And I just want to see what kind of a stand-up point that we're seeing after the Sanhok. What kind of aggression did this lobby had? Yes, it was a very aggressive, but how many of those third parties, the fourth parties occurred? How many of those elimination that was potentially to the team names got stolen?
I'm giving it some thought. Yeah, I mean, obviously Sanhok is a fast-paced map here. It's really going to be a different thing when we drop in Erangel. But the good thing, for the teams, they will have a chance to really perfect their rotation when it comes to Erangel, since we will be playing it 3 times, in a day. So I feel like consistency is going to be tested here. And again, I'm looking forward to what kind of alterations we will be seeing, from the maps, from the teams, from the players. You have to know how to not be too predictable, when it comes to playing this game, because once the opponent actually reads how you're gonna play it out for each of the matches here, then I think that's gonna be a problem, for you.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. It's going to be a problem for you if the teams decide to take your strategy up a notch and revise it to their own strategy side. You're definitely going to be in a very, very a lower edge from that point onward. So make sure that every move that you're doing it's unexpected for the other team. They cannot like determine, okay, this is what you're going to do, this is what your think of thought is at this point in time, this is what the rotation that you're gonna like do for yourself, because if anyone even like gets the slightest of idea, these are the names, these are the teams that are in fact capable of actually achieving the full like strategy side for like the other team, like their strategy for themselves, and just make a countermeasure at that very exact same point. So I mean, going aggressive is good, but going too much aggressive, going very over aggressive, that's where the diversity is actually going to like happen. You have to make sure that you're aggressive, you're making sure that every team is actually facing the wrath of your fires and your sprays, but nobody's actually able to like determine, okay, this is what they're doing.
Exactly. But you know what, I feel like it's not just about, the gunfights when it comes to PUBG. It's also about outsmarting your opponents. So it is still like a battle of strategy over here. And just like what we said, it's going to be an alteration. Definitely you have to mix and match. I mean, if there's no need for you to be super aggressive in a round, if you just have to keep those placement points going for you, then, you just have to find the right, the right steer when you're cooking your chicken dinner, right? Sometimes you just have to really do it really slow. Sometimes you have to do it really fast. But then again, you just have to find that right temperature, that right timing, that right everything to cook that perfect chicken dinner. So again, ladies and gents, don't forget to make a lot of noise, for your teams. I do see a lot of Kyrgyzstan fans down there in the comment section, just making sure that they are heard. They're cheering for their team here, and I would love to see more of you guys, supporting the teams that are playing here today.
I mean, that's the thing. We asked you guys to make sure that you're supporting your whole country, your whole team at this point in time, and that's exactly what you're doing. That's exactly what's going on into the comment section. But Andy, I mean, this was just the Sanhok. This was just the tip of the iceberg. The main surface is still yet to come. Those 3 Erangels, those 2 Miramars for the day number 1, when they're gonna start, then we're gonna actually like be able to see, okay, this team, they did really good at Sanhok, they are not doing good on the Erangel or the Miramars at this point in time. So that's where like the line is gonna be drawn. Like, you're gonna play 3 Erangels, one match can go bad, the second one there is a slight possibility, but the third one, you have to make sure absolutely at that point in time that the third one do not go bad, because if it does, if it goes bad, you're going to be very, very set back from that point onward. The situation that your survival chances to get into the grand finals, it's going to like slimmer down even and even more.
Yep. And you know how we always say that knowledge is power. When it comes to extracting information, it doesn't just happen, from inside a battlefield, but also like from outside, right? Outside of PUBG, outside of the tournament, and how you're gonna play it out and how you're gonna integrate that into your strategy. Well, that's the secret sauce right there. But anyway, okay, more of the action you just saw coming from Sanhok map after this very short break. So please, ladies and gents, don't go away. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here with the Asia and Oceania qualifiers. The match number 1 is done. It's dusted. And that was Jordan that got that winner chicken dinner for themselves. But the question still remains over here, Andy. The question still remains. How much eliminations do they have? What kind of a point structure are we seeing post match number 1?
Oh yeah, I mean we haven't posted the overall rankings just yet, but you're absolutely right. Jordan obviously went for a major flex, for the first match here, which we absolutely loved. And then there's plenty more of that where it came from, since we are about to get to our second match this evening. And so far, ladies and gents, Ragnarok for me made a solid mark in Sanhok. But since we are switching maps, for game 2, 3, and 4, it's a clean slate for everyone once again. A chance to reset and go for that strong comeback in Erangel. We aren't exactly sure if we are going to see the same pace coming from the teams here, if we're going to see a lot of drop clashes happen, but we are hoping. I'm crossing my fingers. You know what? I will wish for a military base finish so that, it will be harder for teams, and I think it's going to be more exciting for us.
I mean, please do that. Military base circle, bridges in the circle. Oh my god, that sparks are really interesting. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have to see the standings on what's the situation is and what's the actual standing is for the whole team. It is the winner chicken dinner for the Jordan with the most elimination, most damage that has been dealt. It is 588 from Ragnarok. Then we have most assist with the West. Vesa. I don't know if that is the full name or something, but Lyeth has the 5 elimination. He's the guy that had the most elimination, and Clever with the most survival time. These are the stats of these players. Most stat from every single player.
I mean, 16 elimination points for the first map. Is this
amazing.
like a sneak peek of what to expect coming from the Jordan team? Well, man, that's what we love. Anyway, that's what we came for. But yeah, we are seeing, the stats here, damage output, damage taken, and if we're going to be looking at it exactly, when it comes to damage taken, it was Clever, so I believe he is designated to be the tank for the squad here. But then if you could play multiple roles, for the team, I think that's going to be a super advantage. And if you can carry your own weight, basically, I mean, that's probably one of the, ingredients in making that secret sauce.
You have to be versatile. You have to make sure that you're versatile in all of this action, all of this situation. But going on to the match summary, it is 40 elimination in total with 45 knockouts. In Sanhok, there's only 3,311 healing, 15 revival done. Total distance for all of these numbers, it's almost close to the 100k kilometers at this point in time. But there we go. That's the ranking, ladies and gentlemen. 26 points for Jordan. Then we have Mongolia with 14. Kyrgyzstan, okay, they did good with the elimination numbers, but they kind of fell short on the placement. Same with Mongolia. They were really on the amazing fact that, okay, with those elimination numbers, they were kind of rocking it up. 9 eliminations, 5 total survival point got on the hashtag number 3. But I see nobody else from these top 3 teams even close to that 5 elimination numbers.
Well, just to give you guys a little bit of update, again, it was Jordan who took the first place. There was just a little mix-up that happened a while ago with Kyrgyzstan, but there you have it. We've already actually corrected some of the graphics here. But yeah, I mean, just to update you, if just tuned in, again, Jordan was the one who took first place with a total of 26 points. And what's amazing, about our first match in Sanhok here, we only have 3 teams that actually got eliminated without any points whatsoever. So again, it's a promising Erangel and Miramar, for the qualifiers. Again, it was an exciting Sanhok as well. I'm just curious if I'm going to see that exact pace, same pace, from Sanhok to Erangel. And it's going to be a different strategy, right? I mean, Sanhok, it's fast-paced, so there were a lot of CQCs, close quarter combats. There were a lot of ambushes that happened, and of course those stealth attacks that we love about Sanhok. But it's going to be Erangel. Again, it's going to be a different strategy here, and we are curious at what kind of rotations we're going to probably see from the teams.
Oh, I'm really excited to see what kind of a strategies that we're gonna see from all of these teams, all of these names at this point in time, and on top of that, like just how much of those engagements that can possibly occur, like in Erangel. We're changing the pace from Sanhok to Erangel. That absolutely means that, okay, there is a slight possibility of those early fights that can potentially happen once again. And at the same time, those engagements that will make a short work for a majority of those teams as well. At this point in time, Andy, I'm really excited to see like majority of the teams taking that clash drop, right? I'm not just excited to see one or two teams. No, I want this match to go completely chaos because this is a testing water phase. If I have to say, the teams can still test the waters to see what's the situation, what's the next move, what's the parameters for like their like at this point their challenge on their teams, the one that is against them. How much of a like difference, how much of a destruction can the other team make for this team?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I'm actually thinking of what I can contribute to your topic, but you're absolutely right. We are still waiting, of course, which of these teams is gonna really show their muscles. So far, our basis, our foundation of that we have here so far when it comes to our data coming from Sanhok and Jordan, I guess, with the amount of numbers that they were able to put up on the scoreboard, it's very promising and lots of potential here. And again, some of the names we're not exactly familiar just yet, so we don't know what kind of meta we're going to be seeing,
Yeah.
from each of the matches here. But so far, the moment, at least most of them, if not all, most of the teams actually are so eager to get into a fight here. First stage, second stage of Sanhok, I think we already lost a couple of teams. So,
Ooh,
I mean, is it
yeah.
going to be the same for Erangel? That is still a big question mark over here. But so far, I am betting on the kind of tenacity and prowess that was shown by Jordan. And if that's going to reflect, to the other teams that are inside the lobby as well, are they going to be picking up the pace? Are they going to be stepping up? Are they going to take up their aggression up a notch here? I think those are just some of the expectations, not, coming from casters and coming from the viewers as well. But yeah, I mean, that's what makes this battle royale very, I guess, special.
That's exactly what what makes it super special at this point in time, this battle royale. And I mean, this is just the second game. This is just the start. This is the proper start of their complete aggression at this point in time. From this point onward, the teams will decide, and the teams will start to go on the aggressive side, and those aggressive stances that we might see, we might not see at this point in time. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna be so excited to see what kind of an action, what kind of a plain line first and foremost. The circle, this match is gonna like bring us. From that circle, from that plain line, we can deduce, okay, this percent of the teams are outside of the circle. They will be struggling, and they will be maybe getting into the fight, the tussle, to make themselves cement into the circle side, into the safe zone area. And at the same time, there's going to be some of those teams that will absolutely be chilling in the match for the very first wrangle. But it all comes down to the fact that, okay, if you're chill, if you have the like safe side of the circle, are you still gonna go for that fight? Will you still go for a little bit of aggressive spot against the other teams in hopes to just get those elimination numbers like cemented for yourself or not? But ladies and gentlemen, the time is up for the caster desk as we head over to the match number 2, the first wrangle of the day.
Yep, first Erangel of the day, first OG map for the entirety of this tournament. And again, since we only have 4 days, for the qualifiers, I think it is very important that these teams that they set up their pace real good, as early as they can here. They have to build their momentum because they don't really have that, enough time to I guess turn this one into a marathon since we only have 4 days here, so it's going to be limited. But then again, we're looking at the flight path, and it's a little bit over to the top here. Again, so much space to go down south. But of course, we're waiting for where exactly the initial circle will land, because that will probably well, definitely dictate the tempo of the match here. But so far, everyone's gearing up, headed towards their favorite drop spot. So far, teams are very close in proximity. I can see two teams in the middle, and also several teams around Rozok, School, Pochinki, and Ruin. So probably that's where the fight's gonna happen.
That's the thing. The fights will definitely happen, but the main question still remains. When? The main question is when. Okay, Rozok, the water town, it's kind of contested. I can see one guy from the GG side, from the Rozok area towards the water town. In fact, there's two, but then we have another team, another name. Oman, the team from Oman is here, going to the water town as well. Action, all the three players in the single car. That could have been like an annihilation for them if there was someone looking at them at that point in time. But Jiro from Mongolia, he is going to be at the farther back corner of the water town. The player that is in the clothesline is going to be Sangha. Desert Effie, come on. You're going on foot.
What?
There is a car in the back. There is a car at Rozok. And the players are like, no, we're just going to go on the foot. It's going to be much faster. No, it's going to be much lower than it would have been with the car. You could have like potentially helped your team before like even the team Oman actually came into the water town.
Ooh, okay, here we go, Mongolia. Probably gonna join into the mix over here, but I did see someone, use a micro Uzi for a long range fight, and that's really not gonna work out here. That's definitely a tall order. But then again, you could probably inflict a lot of damage. But this is a standoff happening in the water section of the map, and we can see Mongolia. We got Sung already on prone here at the rooftop, waiting for the right opportunity to take down someone, to go for that open fire. And basically, all the players here are doing the exact same thing. Nobody wants to go for the rush decisions just yet, as long as you can keep extracting the information that you need so far to know how you're going to approach the situation is definitely going to help you stand out, from this clash. But then again, it is a standoff. And most of the players here are still checking out the vibe, sizing up the competition, and just waiting for someone to make a mistake.
I mean, that's true. That is true. But the question is when that fight is going to occur, when that clash is actually going to start. Mongolia's here. We have GG's, Raindrop, Salami, 24. All these 11 total teams. Okay, wait a minute. I thought we had 12, but already we're missing one team into the proximity. Either they did not join or either they got absolutely eliminated. And I don't think that's the later case. Man. I think this is the first case at this point in time. One team didn't even join in this match. So they're already in a very setback position. But Oman, come on. I'm waiting for this team to make a move, make an action. United Arab Emirates, they're also here. El Chab, he's going forward slowly, steadily. Let's see what's going to happen. And at the same time, majority of the teams are kind of at the very corner side of the maps.
Mm-hmm. It's an easy pace so far, for the first stage here in Erangel. Teams, they do have the freedom here to go in any areas here without being bothered, at this point, since we only have a low number of teams actually inside a battlefield here, so there's plenty of chances to go. Probably we will be seeing some clashes happen around maybe stage 3, but for now, everyone's, of course, BC focusing on their rotations, probably picking out their spots here on how to take advantage winning the fights. But so far, yeah, nothing is happening just yet. It's still vanilla time for now for the teams here. Yeah, so we'll just have to wait and see, I guess, Stories.
That's true. We do have to see the situation that's going to happen. But right now, it is the second match, and judging from the circle, okay, we were talking about the hard shift of the circle towards the military base or the waters or the bridges, but the circle is nope, I'm not going to go either one of those areas. I'm actually towards the team sides this time around. It's going to go to the main island, Pochinki, School, Rozhok, all these major cities. They're absolutely chilling in the circle. And on top of that, the northern angles, even Severny's starting point, the very corner of the city, is in the circle right now. We still have like a minute, 2 minutes before this first stage actually closes off. So it's going to be a really, really long time, Andy. It's going to be a really long time before we can actually assume or even think of the fights to like start occurring.
Oh, I think it's happening. And Sung, okay, did not expect that one to happen since he does have quite a good vantage point, but then again he got spotted by the opposition. So Sung, his time is ticking away. You know, it will be very difficult for the team here to pick him up. But let's see, a dance-off just happened, and Salami took the win, shutting down Desertifi, and Desertifi was able to actually be behind that tower. So I guess it's safe, but we'll just have to... Oh, no! Okay, I spoke too soon. That's confirmation coming through. One of them just got eliminated, so the advantage now shifts towards the opposition.
I mean, this is still this watered down area that we're seeing for the past eight minutes almost. Yeah, 7 minutes have passed. We're on the 8th minute marker, and so far only one player has been eliminated. Sung, that is, but there you go. The second elimination has occurred. That's 2 eliminations, 11 total teams into the proximity, but I want to see what's going to happen from this point onward. 4W Clever. Okay, Salami 24 got knocked out. That's a finisher right there. I do believe so. That was a finisher. So at the very least, there is some casualties on the team Oman.
Yeah, Mongolia as well, 2 casualties on their side. So it's going to be tough considering that we're just at stage 1 here. So I don't know how they're going to last long. At least for this round. But anyway, we're back on the screen here, and we can see Raindrop with a micro Uzi. And I'm not exactly sure with a weapon of choice as well. I mean, you have to be in a CQC to be able to pull off a successful win rate when you're using micro Uzi. But then again, let's see how he will make that work. So far, obviously, Mongolia is at a deficit over here. It's not going to be their fight just in case, you know, it happens. So I feel like, you know, the rest of the team here is going to go for a relocation or maybe step away from the imminent danger that's about to happen. But how they're going to be stepping away from the battle, that is something I'm curious about.
I mean, I see another team into the proximity, like Lebanon in the back, right? There's also another team onto the very top front side. So it's not just about these 2 teams at this point in time. It's not about Oman, Jordan at this point in time. It's about the other parties, the third parties, the fourth parties that will occur into the proximity. Clever is right now here, but Jiro QQQ, you can see him under the bridge. He cannot go under the water. The moment he's going to jump down, the splash is going to give away his location to the other player. He has a PP Bison in her hand. Come on, Jiro. I'm trusting you, man. I'm trusting you. Go in the water, somehow slowly approach the water bed, go forward, swim it over, and then come from the back lines, make a backstab on this team. Lebanon, Pablo, jumping from top to bottom, bottom to top, again and again. It's a legacy, looking at the players, but not a connection on Oman, the player at this point in time. Raindrop is also into the proximity, so it's 4 teams. I see 4 teams into the area, and at any point, Andy, those fights is going to start a chain reaction that's going to absolutely destroy this water town.
Oh man, Mongolia is completely blind and helpless at this point. I mean, Jiro, although he can hear those footsteps, you know, coming from Clever and another teammate over there, I mean, he cannot exactly pinpoint his location, so it's going to be hard, you know, for his teammate to go for any takedown that can happen. But yeah, I mean, we're back at Lebanon over here, and they do have an altercation with another team, but considering the distance that they have between each other, so I guess we'll just have to wait until both of the teams decide, oh, maybe it's time for us to throw the punches. But this is like a 4-way battle happening at the moment. Lebanon taking in some damage, 1 already out, and Legacy won't be making any legacies for this match.
Oh, he absolutely won't be, but another grenade is going, and it's gonna make a connection. Oh, for a second, I thought that was a knockdown. That was a finisher. No, but nope. Wait a minute. He's still here. Throwing a grenade, not making connection. Okay, there we go. Now the sad part comes into the play now that they're forced to push forward, get those eliminations, but whoa, action is down. Action is down, ladies and gentlemen, but wait, came in, make sure that action is done and dusted. Z7. Let's see. DBS in hand. He is definitely like lock and loaded for that action. But the question is anybody going to push with the gun, or they're just going to throw those utilities upon this guy? It's going to be a red zone, mini red zone on this player at this point in time. But Raindrop, he's coming in forward, getting those eliminations on 4W Clever. The player's in the water. The AKM is going to make a connection, and that's a second knockdown. Back-to-back confirmation with the Micro Uzi comes into the play. Raindrop reloading his gun, and after that, he's going for that rescue, for that revival. That's going to be an absolute amazing point. But Westa, in fact, he's ready. Throwing a grenade. It's going to make the connection. It's going to make sure that the player that was revived, it's back down on his knees.
Yep, Raindrop obviously made it rain bullets up against Lebanon, and they will be stepping away, you know, from this clash to survive and to get to the latter stage of the game here. But that was such a clever move, you know, coming from Jiro and the rest of the team. I mean, they defy, you know, all odds over there. I mean, they don't exactly have any advantage at all, but they were able to save themselves, you know, from getting eliminated early. So we're looking at 11 teams still at stage 3 here with a minute and 50 seconds on the clock before we transition to the fourth zone here. We've got Oman, again, not a very good start, although they were able to bag 3 points, so I guess it's okay. But they know that they have to step on the pedal here if they would want to remain competitive. But since we are just at the second match, everybody is, I feel like, still trying to get the rhythm right, you know. Oh, man, but speaking of getting the rhythm right, Raindrop, man, this guy's on fire at the moment.
This guy is actually raining all those casualties upon the rest of the teams at this point in time. But we have Raindrop alongside of Jiro. So Jiro is still alive onto the other side of the waterbed, looking at the players of the, I think at this point, Wessam is in the front line, so he's going to be the only hope for the team. So you can literally see, okay, Oman got finished off. We had like 10 more teams right now. Jordan is down to the last guy. MGL is down to the last 2, but United are Emirates. The situation is not looking good as the second player gets taken down. It's all up to the Lost. It's all up to the L7N. And these 2 guys, they're low on that HP side on as well. Lost healing himself with the bandages that he can actually like find himself. Lost throwing those flashbang, those smoke grenades to make sure that he has a cover against the other team, but that cover is going to not bring anything to the table as he gets taken down to the very last guy. That is L7N, and his location is kind of compromised.
Can you be the knight in shiny armor over here? Oh, I guess not. You know, United Arab Emirates, rather. They didn't exactly have a very good Sanhok match, and it looks like, you know, it's not going according to plan as well when it comes to Erangel. So, I mean, it's not too late just yet, since we are just at the qualifiers. But if you want to secure a slot in the grand finals, well, then you really have to do good here. But so far, we are looking at 2 teams getting eliminated. So now it's just 9 teams remaining for stage 4. And again, just looking at the how teams are actually situated on the map here. Razak is definitely occupied by Kyrgyzstan. So let's see which team here is brave enough to challenge them for that spot.
I mean, challenging the spot is one thing. Right now, the team should be focusing on the winner chicken dinner. No matter what the circumstances, they should be absolutely focusing on the winner chicken dinner. But Jordan finally gets eliminated, ladies and gentlemen. They're the third team, in fact, to be eliminated out of the match. We're down to the top 8, whereas player-wise, we see, yes, majority of the team having the full-fledged squad, but LIB, Lebanon, they're one team that is down to like 3 players at this point in time. But the Circle is going to be another problem. Circle is going to be another headache for a majority of the teams as it goes to the Rozok. Yes, GG. like Jordan at this point, not Jordan, in fact, I think it's Lebanon. That's not going to be like too much in a panic situation at that point in time. But the other teams that will be focusing on school main building and coming from that proximity into the open areas, they're going to be in a very, very panic situation, because one wrong move and they're going to be up against the teams in an open area where they will have the Rozok Hill, where they will have the school main building, and even the apartment, the sprays that can occur to you on your car. It's going to be absolutely destructive.
I just know that Kuwait has a lot of advantage up against Iraq here, who is trying to get inside the zone. It's definitely going to be hard since Kuwait had already occupied school part, so that's a very prime location we're talking about that Kuwait has in their hands. So let's see how they're going to utilize this advantage. And just looking at the teams right at the edge of the circle here, I believe Tajikistan as well also will be getting into a fight here. As we see on the screen, it's Lebanon having some sort of a trade-off, and L27, I think he got knocked down. Aggressor, okay, so Aggressor is the one bleeding out there in the open. Was that a road? Okay, it's a teammate. Relax, Red Queen.
Yeah, relax at this point. There are still teammates going for that rescue, but there we go. We have Lebanon, ladies and gentlemen, going forward for that aggressive with the S12K in hand. They're making sure some of the connections are definitely done, but oh, come on. We already saw one knockdown happening. Wade is also getting a lot of shots connected on him. He's down to the last bullet. He gets a knockdown. He throws a grenade. That will absolutely get a connection for his team as well. So both parties is receiving heavy casualties, but the team that is going to be eliminated is going to be the T27 at that point in time. Uzbekistan is going to be out of this game, ladies and gentlemen. Lebanon still alive, just barely on that final guy. And the Syria, they're definitely pushing on. They're definitely pushing on into the proximity. Now, nobody's in the circle. Nobody's going to be in the circle, but the car is coming down for that slam in. The M416 is going to make the connection. It's going to be all over for this team, as well as Lebanon is out. They're done. They're dusted. 18 minutes in, and we're down to half of the teams that we started from. 6 more remaining.
Yep, that was a beautiful slamma-jamma car there with Rex. I mean, it was obviously a road rage that just happened, but it's a good thing since Syria was able to get 3 elimination points, and they are, of course, they will have a chance to score that chicken dinner for this match. 6 teams remaining for stage 5 here. We still got Mongolia in the mix here, together with Syria, Kuwait, Iraq, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan. So again, same names so far, name of team names that we are seeing on the screen here, who is definitely a tough cookie, in this competition. I mean, Mongolia has been making a lot of rounds so far. They have been getting into a lot of engagements as well. And I would love to see more, but from the kill feed, it's Jiro getting knocked down, and a confirmation Jiro had already been eliminated. So the only team here that still has a full squad would be Syria, Kazakhstan, and Iraq. And if Kuwait can still save their teammate over here, then they still have a chance to be a 4-man strong here in this match.
They do have the chances of staying strong into the matches and everything. But what my main concern is at this point in time is the fact that these 6 teams, they have the Rozok for themselves, right? And that Rozok, the city, the mountaintops, is going to give you so much versatility into the compounds, into the mountaintop, the ridges, that even at this point, you can still survive without getting into any kind of engagements. And with just the top 6 teams remaining, it's going to be like a super easy peasy situation for them, right? But we're seeing some casualties. We're seeing some fights. Kyrgyzstan is over here getting some grenades near them. Okay, barely survived, but the team is in front of them throwing more and more utilities. That's grenades, making sure that their car is unusable. Oh my god, Fly, he's gonna get knocked down. That's a knockdown. Now effect comes into the play. Make sure that it's a trade-off coming around. Both parties is gonna receive equal damage, equal casualties into the area. And Ali 25 cooking grenades again and again. In the meanwhile, there's a third party into the proximity. I do believe so. That was a third party that got that finisher onto the players of the team at City at this point in time. But Iesf is knocked down. Ali is the last guy, and he's not going to be able to survive as Ali gets eliminated. It's another team on the hashtag number 6. They go out.
Yep, Ali wanted to go for that haymaker. Unfortunately, Warrior was there ultimately to stop him. So, I mean, that was beautifully done if you ask me. But the fight is not over just yet because we got Quite challenging them right now. And from the kill feed, it's a rain drop. Dropping for the nth time here, so his health is probably gonna deteriorate at some point. So let's see if he is going to see the last stage here for this round. But we're looking at the final four teams here. Torix and Kuwait only bagged one elimination point, but it's a different story again for Kyrgyzstan over here. 9 points, and they are looking to get some more. So if they maintain this pace, they could probably score the chicken dinner here for real.
Oh, they definitely can. They definitely can. But the thing is, look at those elimination numbers. Like, yeah, they have some decent number, but you cannot like leave the fact that okay, every other team is also down to the 4-man. One simple mistake, one single wrong move, and it's over for you. It's over for you. Just like it's happening to the Iraq at this point in time. Their one player got knocked out. Now they're being picked off by two different angles, two different spots. You can see them. Like one side, it is going to be Kazakhstan, I do believe so, yes, and the other one is going to be Kuwait. That's shooting at them, but they're pushing onto the school main building. The sprays are coming, not making any kind of connections into the spray side. Finally, with the 4 times, Ragnar, you have the opportunity of getting a knockdown. He does. He gets a connection. He gets a knockdown. He makes a confirmation onto the players, and with this, it's going to be an easy peasy situation to the rest of these players to actually push on, get the casualties to the rest of Iraq's players. But Iraq getting a revive done at this point in time. It's amazing. It's absolutely phenomenal. 3 versus 4 it is. The grenade is coming. Rage finally stopped his rage with that grenade. He could have like blown the players up if and only if there was no situation that he had to like take the pin back onto the grenade. But finally the players are pushing in. Iraq receiving that casualty. Aliko is down, and it's 2-3, 2-4 situation that they're up against.
All right, here we go. Kuwait going for the nail in the coffin over here. Obviously, they're pushing them in the corner, trapping them in this situation, even if there are clouds of smoke. Oh man, it's the same story for Kuwait. They completely destroyed their opponent, and Iraq nowhere to be found, you know, for the clash. And now we're looking at 3 teams remaining here for stage 6, and this is a great fight so far. Double-digit elimination points once again for Kyrgyzstan over here. We can see a player cooking up a nade here. We see one player knocked down on the ground here. Ragnar stepping off of the vehicle to make sure that he seals the deal here. Flight about to get out and get back to the lobby here, but Ragnar is still trying to make it happen for Kuwait. Can Kuwait bag this chicken dinner for this round?
That's the thing. That's the situation that we are seeing. An amazing start that's happening. But Team KGZ, Team Kuwait, Team Kazakhstan, they're ready to take that action down to the final notch to end this action once and for all. Everybody is going forward to try to cement themselves in a really decent position, but I have to give it to KGZ. The position that they have put themselves into, the Rozok Hill, this is going to be a very crucial vantage point. They get a knockdown with that grenade. They're making sure that the casualties are happening for them and not on them at this point in time. Warrior is here away from the rest of his team. It's a 3 versus all the rest of the team scenario, and Warrior is down to the one guy. He gets knocked down. There's nobody to even save him, save his position, get him revived, or even give him cover. Warrior gets taken down. It's a casualty that's happening, and affect the final guy from the team KGZ right now giving that revive. But it's a 3-way fight. One wrong move and it's over for you.
Could this be the end of the live for KGZ? Okay, so it's a good call nonetheless, you know, that they step back for a while here. They know that they cannot possibly win this. They are so vulnerable at this point, and Kuwait is just taking advantage of that one. But let's see, Kuwait obviously dictating the pace over here, just really applying a lot of pressure on both of the teams here, since they do have that high ground advantage. So they can see everything that is happening from down below, and that is a huge advantage so far against, of course, Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan. But, of course, they will have to play their cards right. Okay, one wrong move, and we could be telling a different story here, Torix.
That's absolutely true. One wrong move, and they can be telling a different, very different story from that point onward. The situation, it's looking really, really weak. Like one wrong move, and the cookie is completely going to crumble. The cookie will completely like decimate from that point onward. And anyone that has their hands into the reach of the cookie jar, they will take that cookie for themselves. But Kazakhstan, they're ready. 4 man alive, 3 eliminations to their side. They're gonna go slowly, steadily to the top of that mountain. But Ragnar, ooh, wait a minute, this is fancy. He is not on the very top of the mountain where the water tank is. He's actually at the back side of those mountain ridges. He's making sure that his presence is concealed. The rest of the 2 players, they're making all that a noise from that angle, so he can actually pull off a third party, the third angle, off angle situation on the teams that may or may not try to come from that roadside.
Can Thanos snap his fingers over here, eliminating, the rest of the opposition here? We'll just have to wait and see, ladies and gents, as they try to make a move here up against Kuwait here. Then again, they have to pick their moment, even if they do have, the number advantage, to be honest. So that is a flex there. That is again a huge thing to consider. But again, they will have to be very careful at every step that they take. They could lose their advantage if they're not if they're reckless, at this point. They're so close to getting that winner chicken dinner. And obviously, since we are just at stage 8 here, Torix, they're taking their time, and again, waiting for anyone to make that mistake. But I believe both Kuwait and Kazakhstan is waiting for KGC to come out of hiding.
Oh my god. I mean, at this point in time, it's kind of like the same situation. Yes. Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, everybody, both of these teams, they're just chilling. They're just waiting for the other teams to make a move. So is Kuwait. Kuwait, after securing that top of the mountain, they're like completely confident in their like game power and their action that, okay, if the circle stays here, we're gonna be chill. We're gonna be an easy on the side of a chicken dinner. But the main concerning fact is that the circle's closing. In the stage number 8, it's not gonna be pretty for you. Nobody's gonna have the circle. Everybody's gonna be forced to move. So whatever you're doing, whatever any team is doing right now, they have to do it within the circle, because the next one is not going to give them enough chances. It's going to bring up so much of a pressure of your constant movement, of your constant moving from one premises to the other, try to get yourself into the safe side area, that you're not going to be able to focus on the fight. So this is where you focus on the fight. This is where you get as many casualties as you can, and then just hold down the fort just to make sure that the other team is actually pushing, and you're just grabbing their eliminations.
Yep, here we go. I think the fight is definitely going to happen between Kazakhstan and, of course, Kuwait. The battle for this spot continues on. And, of course, who has the high ground advantage? That would be the one, might be the one winning the fight. But we can see a lot of nades being thrown up against Kuwait here. They are losing their position to Kazakhstan. Rage obviously popping up those smokes here. They will have to give it their all if they want that chicken dinner. But so far, Kazakhstan doing an amazing job here. 3-1 split here. They're also trying to flush out the remaining players of Kyrgyzstan, but this is a 3-way battle that's about to happen in front of our eyes here. Nagy making a move as well, popping off those smokes to conceal their exact location. But then again, we are waiting. If that nade will find at least one player from this altercation, then that could pave the way for them to actually win the fight. And there goes Mishal with a takedown, and this is an all-out battle.
This is definitely an all-out battle going on, and there we go. Michelle gets taken down as well, and now it's up to Ragnar to make sure that something that he can provide for his team from this point onward. Kuwait is down to the very last guy. Ragnar is super low on that HP. He's going to use that 1897 to no use, to no avail, as it did not make any connection. And now it's a 1 versus 2 situation. And Kazakhstan, they're easily going to secure that winner chicken dinner. But wait a minute. No. I think I spoke too soon. It's a 1 bullet, 1 situation. And there we go. They're going to definitely do that. Kyrgyzstan, in fact, they're gonna have the winner chicken dinner. Both teams, they were super close. It came down to a 1 versus 1. But suddenly, it all crumbled. It all crumbled to the very end, and Kyrgyzstan beautifully securing the winner chicken dinner. The final blow is on our screen right now. We're just waiting for that action to start because Mishal was one of the guy that was absolutely doing amazing job. But this fire from Few, that was the one responsible for that elimination, for that engagement. Ragnar did an amazing job. He should have gone to secure those elimination numbers rather than going on to the left side of securing the rest of those elimination of those players.
Okay, so judging on what I just saw on screen here, I think Kazakhstan waited too long. You know, they lost their opportunity to give a lot of damage onto the players of Kuwait, and that also paved the way actually for Kyrgyzstan to win the fight, because Kuwait and Kazakhstan, the moment that they actually decide, okay, it's time now to have that trade-off. And Kyrgyzstan obviously sneaked an attack from right behind, did a major backstab while they were busy dealing with each other, hence winning the fight. So I guess both of the teams here, like Kuwait and Kazakhstan, missed that opportunity to take that win. I mean, all of the advantage are working to their side. I mean, Kazakhstan obviously has the number advantage. Kuwait has that high ground advantage. So I don't exactly understand what happened.
I mean, that's true. Like, at one point, we were sure that, okay, Kazakhstan is going to have that.
Yeah.
But at the very end, KGZ, they came in with the biggest W and the biggest clutch that they can possibly think of and just secure that winner chicken dinner right from the plate of the other team. But 7 elimination. Zarek, come on. That's absolutely insane. Single-handedly securing those 7 elimination. Then the rest of the teams is going to have 2, 3, and 4 individually. Like Warriors going to have 2. We have Flyke with the 3. And we have Effect with the 4. Meaning that somewhere into the proximity, that was 3, 7, and 16 elimination that they're going to have. Total elimination in this match goes up to 43. Then the total knockouts to 47. Still, the healing is going to be almost the same, 3,500. We're still not crossed the pass marker of 4,000 at this point in time. 14 revivals, 372 is going to be the longest elimination distance with 3 headshots and 235,000 kilometers of a distance traveled. Throwables used over 162 at the very end, but going to head-to-head, the top 2 teams on our screen, the number 1 and the number 2 for the post-match 2.
Yep, from 70 to 162 when it comes to throwables used in the game, so that is a major upgrade. But elimination points, I mean, between these two teams here, obviously KGZ winning this round, even with the damage output, assist, and the knockouts here. I mean, Kuwait, with that massive performance, so even if they weren't able to score that chicken dinner, I think they worked hard to making sure that they finish. They're one of the teams who will finish at the top here, or like in the podium. And as you can see on the screen here, 26, 11, 11. So 3 teams again finished with a double-digit number here. And as for Uzbekistan, Oman, Lebanon, yeah, it's a lone number. But then again, this is just the first Erangel this evening, and they have a chance, since we do have 2 more Erangels for today, they have a chance to replicate the same energy or perhaps go another way.
I mean, that is true. They have to replicate. They have to go another way. This is definitely the question. But these are like the proximities that we're seeing. The match ranking is done over here with the number 12, United Arab Emirates, not securing a single point to their name in this match at the very least. Now, it's about time, I think, we do and go head over to the overall ranking. That's one thing that I do want to see on what's the situation is. But post-match number 2, it is 38 for the team KGZ. Jordan with the 27. That's 11 points of a difference. Then Mongolia is there with 22. 18, in fact, for the Kuwait. 11 for Kazakhstan. And Kazakhstan did an amazing job in this match at the very least. They did secure a decent number of placements into the overall chart, securing some like hashtag number 5. Then we have Syria. They also like secured like a positive review on their placements. The rest of the teams, look at that. Look at that red dot facing downward.
Yeah. But I love what I'm seeing here coming from the teams here, especially from Jordan and Kyrgyzstan. Okay, just give me some time. I will get that right. But so far, we do love the competition. We are seeing, the energy coming from the teams here. And even if we have like a lesser number inside the lobby here, I feel like, teams are just so eager to get into a lot of engagements inside the map. I mean, Mongolia, for example, they went through a lot of clashes, for this round, was able to bag at least 5-6 elimination points, if I'm not mistaken. So I guess it's still a solid performance, just as long as you continue to rack up number of points here and not exit the game empty-handed. But as for those teams that are already at the top here, do we expect the same pace? So far they are building their foundation, they are building their momentum, which is very promising, I can say, for day number 1 here. But more of that, that action so far from game 1 and game number 2, the moment that we come back. So ladies and gents, please don't go away. We'll be right back after a very short break. What a power play coming from KGZ, flipping the script against Kazakhstan and Kuwait in Erangel. We are coming in hot for our third match this evening, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome back to the Iesf Esports World Championship 2025. This is the Asia and Oceania regional qualifiers with yours truly, Red Queen and Torix.
Thank you so much again, Queen, for the wonderful welcome. And yes, we're down to 2 matches. We are done and dusted with the first 2 matches of the day, ladies and gentlemen. But there's still 2 Erangels and 2 Miramars remaining into the proximity, into the equation for the day number 1 at the very least. So there's still a long path, a long way before the day number 1 actually ends. The Group A is going to be done with their day number 1. But aside from that, I'm loving the fact that, okay, at some point in time, even on early stages, the teams are going for those aggressive stances. It's not like complete stalemate with the number of teams that are alive, with the number of teams that are joining into the match, like 11, 12 numbers. We're still seeing some casualties, some early fights, and I'm just happy with that. But the next Erangel, that's going to change majority of the things. It's going to change a majority of the momentums for the teams, because some of the teams that were not playing too good into the match number 1 of Erangel, they're definitely going to try to make something work for the Erangel number 2. Erangel number 3 is going to be also the same situation. Miramar is where everything is going to crumble once again, and the teams will start from the scratch, trying to build up their momentum, as that is one of the match that goes very, very hard if you don't have a car or any kind of vehicle for yourself whatsoever. At Erangel, you can safely deduce, even if you have the vehicle, you're chill. Even if you don't have the vehicle, you can still achieve the probable cause that can help you get the winner chicken dinner.
And again, it's all about mix and match strategy, at this point, but it's too early to say. Nothing is etched on stone just yet. So so far we are basing on the numbers that we see in the overall rankings. And again, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kuwait, those are the major teams that we have so far in this competition. They're the ones really flexing their muscles, for games number 1 and 2. But since you mentioned this is going to be the second Erangel, and I do wonder if, again, we are seeing the same rotations, the same strategies coming from the teams here. But what I do love about so far with all the action that we're witnessing here is the fact that teams are not playing too passive.
Yeah, that's the thing. The teams are not playing too passive. I mean, we talked about this, that, okay, the teams are kind of going on the aggressive side, and I'm loving this to the core whatsoever. But something needs to be done. You can't just go blindly on the aggressive side. No, that's actually going to hurt you. Just like it hurted them at the Watertown. Take Watertown, for example. It hurted them at that Watertown. And if the situation stays the same, if they completely stays exactly what they're doing right now as well, it's going to hurt them even more. They need to change their strategies. They need to make sure that whatever the situation, whatever the case is, whether it's a third party, the fourth party coming into your way, you stay calm and composed. Try to find a solution rather than abruptly finishing the fights or something like that.
And we can probably consider day number 1 as getting into a first date.
Yeah.
Right, you're sizing up, you're checking the vibe, you're checking, okay, what is about to happen? What kind of tournament is this going to be? What kind of rotations am I going to expect coming from, my opponents, from my enemies inside the lobby here or inside the matches? And again, you just have to take note, about everything that is happening within the game, and you just have to apply it in the next rounds. The important thing is that if you come from a bad game, you just have to know how to shake things off, and probably enter the game with a clear head, because it's always a gamble, right? I mean, you don't even know if the zone's gonna favor you. You don't even know if you're really gonna get the W for the maps here. But what you can do is study up and get everything that you need all prepped up, for this competition. I think the real battle will begin for this qualifiers day number 2. Why? Because, I mean, after today, I think the teams will have a chance to go through the live broadcast and just check, okay, how is this team doing the rotation? Who is their best player? Who is the ultimate fragger in each of the teams here? So I guess it all boils down on execution for now. What we can do is just enjoy the clashes here and take some notes for ourselves.
I mean, that's true. That's true. At this point, the Group A that's going to end today, they're going to play again, not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow. That's the thing. They have a 1-day break. And same is the situation for the group number B as well. So I totally agree with you on the fact that, okay, they can go back to the drawing board. They can make sure that these kind of mistakes do not happen again into the day number 2, because that's where the complete situation is. That's where everything is going to be determined. Whether you're going forward or you're going home, the second day is going to be the judge for that. But at the very least, you can makeshift rotations into the day number 1. You can makeshift strategies against the other teams to try and hope to secure more and decent number of elimination or the placement or the total points for yourself. So you can stay in the safe spot. That safe spot, that green line, is where you want to end, no matter what the case is. And you need to make sure that you have at least 10 or at least 8, minimum 8, a maximum 15 points. If I'm staying like on a very, very good note, like 8 is the minimum, 15 maybe the maximum number that we might see between the safe line and the red line.
Ooh, that is a tough one. But all I know is that you cannot um obviously survive any tournament, to be honest, if you're just really going for the placement points. You just have to really give it a big risk, go big or go home, so to speak, right? And PUBG Battle Royale, they do love to invest on a lot of risk, right? That is the whole point of the game. I mean, it's a survival game after all. If you want something, you just have to fight for it. And I think the question for the teams is that how bad do you want this chicken dinner? How bad do you want to win this Asia and Oceania qualifiers? How bad do you want to secure that slot in the grand finals, right? How bad do you want to bring home that pride and joy to your country in winning this competition? So a lot of questions, and we are again coming in hot for the second Erangel this evening, ladies and gents. Take your pick.
Take your pick as the match number 3, aka the second Erangel, is live on our screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. Going from the hospital all the way up to the Kameshki Stolber side. Oh my goodness. This is huge. The first circle, yeah, it was kind of like military base favored as well. The teams were able to go to the military base if they would like to do that. But now the circle, the plane line, in fact, is completely focusing on the top side, the northern angles of the complete map. Oh, the southern teams are going to be in a very panicked situation. Yeah, they're going to drop down early. They're going to make sure that they're glide time is going to be higher than the usual one. They're not just going to drop on 1500 meters unless they know where like the garages are. They can find a car, they can just easily get out of there. Then it's a different story. Otherwise, you're going to be like you're going to spend so much time into the air that the momentum that you could have made against the other team by drop clashing or hot dropping, that's going to change at that point in time.
Mm-hmm. But speaking of change, again, we are expecting that some of the rotations will definitely change, especially if the first one didn't work for you. But this is a similar circle that we're having here, Taurus. I mean, it's like deja vu, to be honest. So probably since teams opted to go for the same drop spots, except for Kameshki, I think Kameshki is going to be busy here because 2 teams are headed towards that direction. So a trade-off is definitely going to happen. So far, so good. UAE dropping safely here, but they're not out of the woods just yet because they will have to deal with a team here. Can they survive this time?
Oh my god. Right now, like, it's 11 teams already. Once again, Andy, it's only one single team that's not joining up into the game, and that is sad. I want to know which team that is to like confirm that, okay, this is the team that is not joining up into the match, or maybe we only have 11 teams. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. So probably, most of the people in our audience are probably thinking the same thing, but then again, stage 1, and everyone is still pillaging through towns here, getting everything, all weapons, all attachments, all of the throwables they need to win a fight. And we're not exactly seeing any altercations happen just yet, any conflicts happen just yet, because of the fact, with like how much space we have so far, still for stage number 1. So I guess for stage 1, teams will be killing nothing but time for now.
At this point in time, we do have to know what's going to happen. Like, this is just the start of the 3rd match, and already the teams are going to really, really slow. Okay, finally, the moment that I was talking about, the team, the situation, the scenario that is going to go into the stalemate, it's finally happening. It's finally going on. And now we're seeing this. As Mongolia is here, Raindrop, alongside of all the other players, Song, Jiro, Desert, they're chilling, but they're so farther away from each other's proximity.
Mm-hmm. All right. And again, it's a truce in the kingdom of Erangel as we speak, ladies and gents. And it's a good thing, it's a good strategy as well. You have to make sure that you have everything you need before you get into any fights. I mean, that is a good plan. It's basically how you start things. I mean, if you have all the advantages working for your team, working on your side, and the probability rate of you actually winning any fights happening in the map is, I mean, like, will be high, that is for sure. But so far, again, everyone is just going for their rotations, probably looking for a spot here where they could probably maximize all potential that that spot or that area can offer. But since the circle is right down there in the middle, there is no pressure just yet, for the teams to get into any battle here, especially, for the teams that had already built their momentum so far and already at the top here. There's no pressure for them to really be super aggressive for now. But it's a different thing, especially for those teams at the bottom of the barrel here. They need to pick up the pace. Again, it's just 4 days for the qualifiers, so they will have to invest real quick.
They do. Investment is real. I mean, to say at this point in time, you have to invest all those aggressive stances or those stalemates to make sure that even if you're not getting those number of eliminations for yourself, if you're not going fully aggressive, you actually go for the winner chicken dinner, because that's the only place I think that justifies not going for the fight amongst this lobby at this time. So that's what we're seeing. But aside from that, you can see like Rozok is there. There is like 2-3 different teams closing in into the proximity. There's Iraq also closing into the proximity of the team Kuwait. So the backside is definitely not suitable. Kuwait, you have to be really careful, and Iraq, you have to like bring up your team members. Come on, call your members, call your team members, then push. Do not push all alone, because that's going to be an easy. You're going to become an easy target if you do.
And you don't want to be an easy target here. Oh, you don't want to give free points, to the competition. But I think there is a storm brewing down there in the middle, Torix. I mean, 5 teams maybe in the central location of the map. There's, I believe, Jordan. There's also Kuwait getting into the middle here. Iraq even. So I guess that's where we need to keep our focus on. There's definitely going to be a fight happening somewhere. And speaking of fights, it's Kuwait on screen, just like what we've anticipated, and they're now about to challenge Iraq. I guess whether or not they're going to be giving up this compound to them, so they do have to perform quite a good defense here.
I mean, a good offense is a great defense at this point in time for every team, and that's what they're implying. They're going for a defensive approach into the match number 2, match number 3. That is the second Erangel, and I don't blame them. If the first Erangel, that kind of a situation would have happened to me, I would have gone for the safer side as well. And this team's, it clearly justifies that, okay, they're going for the safer side approach to like really go for aggressive at the later stages. But 40 seconds and the first stage is going to close. The sprays are coming around, not making connection. Come on, clever. Jordan, Esports team, Jordan. They just gave out their location to the team Iraq. Not only Iraq, but anyone into the proximity, into the areas, into the locations that can potentially look at them. They have successfully provided their location, so they cannot leave this premises. Even if the circle ends right now, until the other teams like leave the premises, they're completely like safe and sound, then they're going to be able to leave.
I don't see any edge gaming happening so far. Everyone wants to be in the middle, so I guess that's good. But looking at the situation here, the circle did go a little bit south. School will be the focal point, or maybe even Pachinki here. So there will be teams that will probably head on towards Pachinki and school area. But I think everyone's rushing towards getting a perfect spot here, and they will just have to fight for it. I mean, considering the amount of numbers that we have so far already inside the circle here, the number of teams, it will be difficult to avoid any conflict here. I mean, coming from the kill feed, it's Thanos getting eliminated.
That's our first kill, ladies and gentlemen. That's the first blood that's going to occur. But MGL is also going to lose a player as they did do a knockdown. Okay, they took a player, they got a player knocked out. That's not a confirmation, that's a knockdown right now. Mongolia, you have to go forward. You have to take that aggressive stance against the other team. Raindrop was knocked out, finally being revved, finally back to the 75 almost HP, healing himself with the bandages and everything. But Syria, the cars got a lot of shots from Syria's side. Syria's cars got a lot of damage on them, so they do have to like change their cars, change their vehicles, move out of this proximity. M7MD once again going into the back lines. I think he's going to get into the buggy. Why? My main concerning fact is why. The moment that buggy is going to be out in the open, if it is anywhere between two players, even two players, that's an instant elimination that may occur.
Okay, here we go. Mongolia scouting the area, checking what the best spot would be for the team here. It's a good thing that they are aware of the fact that, you know, their teams probably have already occupied some of their target areas, but so far it's information gameplay for most of the teams here. I don't see any team going for that hard push just yet. I mean, considering the number of teams that we have in the lobby here, I guess, yes, it is too early to get into a fight. So I guess all of the teams are focusing on longevity here. And we did talk about, you know, teams finding the perfect balance here of getting placements and elimination points. And at this point, considering all of the space that we have, it's not time for them to get into any battle just yet.
I mean, even if they're doing the longevity at this point, they're surviving, right? As the circle is going to close on, they're just putting the hammer back onto their own foot at this point in time, because whenever the circle is going to close, the radius is going to get smaller and smaller, and at one point in time, if you're at the corner sides of the like safe zone areas, you're going to be in a very panic situation that moving inside of that circle, even getting out of your safe spot from that angle is going to be difficult for you, because everybody is going to be like surrounding into the area. They might take a look at you, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. The circle goes towards the Pochinki angle, the school side, right? All the teams at the southeastern, like Ren, Iraq, Kuwait, even the team BX, the team KG, all of them, you can see them right now outside of the safe zone, outside of the circle, and it's going to like put a really good pressure on them. You can see them the moment the circle dissipated. Everybody was in their car. Everybody has decided to like take a rotation for themselves. But the main concerning fact is that how many of these players, how many of these names, how many of these teams that will be successfully getting their rotation done, and how many of them will be facing some casualties, some sprays, and some of those eliminations on their cars.
UAE is making a move now. Again, 2 games didn't go their way, so I guess they're ready to go into a fight over here. But you know what? Desert Freddy is saying, no, you cannot take this spot. This is mine. And now he's about to challenge up L7 and making it rain bullets up against this player. But it's a fortunate thing for UAE, was able to hide behind that I guess that is that a wall?
Broken wall.
Oh no! Jiro got him instead.
Yep. From the backside, he comes in and he clutches it up. L7N is down. He's dusted. UAE is down to the very last guy, ladies and gentlemen. And El Chap, let's see if he's going to be able to survive, or Jiro from the backside is actually going to get him out as well. But, oh, Raindrop. He's pushing on. He is coming in close. He is right there. But grenades, connectivities. What are the connectivities that's going to occur? The player gets out into the open, gets instantly sprayed upon by Raindrop, and it's over. It is over. We have our first team in this match, in the match number 3, ladies and gentlemen, after a third stage, 13 minutes, that's just one team getting that elimination. But there is the Kazakhstan right there getting some eliminations as well. One elimination to their name, but at the cost of one of their own players as well at this point in time. They got some early eliminations on them, but ooh, okay, no. Kazakhstan, this is the wrong move that these guys are doing. One player is going back to the school main building where there is a situation, the situation that can occur to him, and that situation definitely occurred. It got him knocked out, and now he's in dire need of that rescue.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if rescue is even going to happen here, they will have to get rid of those players at the top of that hill, because that could be deadly, you know, for Mongolia to even step out of this compound. And Sung is doing exactly what we're talking about, and that was such a great shot. So they will have the opportunity to go for that pickup, you know, to save their teammate, and that's 7 elimination points in the bag right there. And we did talk about Mongolia in the previous round, that they clearly went for a lot of engagements, and now they are just, you know, replicating the very same thing that we've witnessed during the first Erangel.
I mean, I don't blame them. They need as many eliminations as possible at this point in time. It's not just about the elimination games from this point onward. I think it's more of like survivability and those eliminations combined. You need to make sure that every single match you get at least 12, 13 points to be in a very safe spot for that grand final qualification. But ladies and gentlemen, right now you can see the circle. The circle has taken a shift outside of the school zone, but into the very open area. Yes, half of the Pachinki is still inside of that circle, but it's not going to be enough help as there is only space for, I think, either 1 or 2 teams to like cement themselves into the Pachinki. But the next circle, at the very least, it's going to go once again to the open side, which will occur in the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right, here we go. Oman back on the screen over here. They haven't bagged any points just yet, but coming off the kill feed, it's Ragnarok on bended knees somewhere out there. And again, looking at how Mongolia performed, you know, for stage 1 to stage 4, they were able to get 7 elimination points. So a solid performance coming from Mongolia over here. And Raindrop, the Wilden, I mean, he was able to bag 5 out of the 7. So definitely he is a little trigger happy at this point. And just like what you see on the screen here, he is again leading the charge, getting the information, and giving the shot calls over here. So let's see how he is going to play this one out. But from the kill feed again, Salami. Well, he became a Salami somewhere in Erangel.
That's an Aoshi right there. But Legacy throwing those grenades in the phase fight right here, ladies and gentlemen. It is Lebanon receiving those damage, getting those knocks, eliminated right there and then. Lebanon is going to lose a player, but Kyrgyzstan, they're here once again. Last match of Winona Chicken Dinner is not enough for them. They need to make sure that even this match comes close to the Winona Chicken Dinner, if not a Winona Chicken Dinner, but they're giving that revive right now. Floy, Fike, in fact, Flyke alongside of Effect are the only 2 guys that are alive, that are remaining into the game from this team side. But Lebanon barely surviving in the right time. He got into the compound, healing himself back to the 75. But you can see the kill feed. It is GG versus that Kuwait, getting those engagements done, getting in those engagements at this point in time. And that knockdown, it will definitely hurt them. It will definitely get him closer to that elimination side. But wait, alongside of Pablo, alongside of Zakaria, these 3 guys alongside of the team in front of the team that got the winner chicken dinner. Not only just the winner chicken dinner, Andy, but with 16 elimination winner chicken dinner. And right now they're struggling.
Yep. Okay, Mongolia right now. They do have the information where Kuwait will be coming from. Kill feed, however, it's Sajira getting knocked down. Same thing goes for Action. And yeah, that's courtesy of Iesf. Rex as well facing the ground. Kuwait, I believe, is in a back and forth trade as we speak. And again, Raindrop bagging another elimination point for himself, but he gotta save Jiro. I mean, he definitely needs all the firepower, you know, Mongolia can get at this point to make sure that they score the chicken dinner. But the question is if it is still possible. I guess so. But you know what? A fight is definitely gonna happen between them
Beautiful.
once again. And Mongolia right now suffering a lot of damage. One of them currently knocked down on the ground here. Make it two. So I don't know what's gonna happen. Raindrop, it's all up to you.
Oh my god, that was a beautiful S12K on the face. And now Destroyer, the final guy, he's almost getting destroyed. And no, 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 no. Aggressor, in fact, right now, getting that revival done upon his team. But R-E, Raindrop, Desert, Teffy. Oh my god, those grenades are coming in hot. They're getting some damages upon on the players, making sure that the player cannot get that rescue done. But Aggressor making sure that Aggressor is working out. He gets a damage, he gets a knockdown, but instantly gets eliminated from that point onward. Raindrop, Jiro, in fact, alongside of the third player. They got those elimination numbers. But MGL Mongolia, ho, ho, ho. 12 eliminations in this match. Yep. That's a very, very huge number, and nobody's even close to even 5. Yes, there is Syria close to 5 for elimination that they have, but that question still gets out of the window as they do not have 5 elimination even right now.
Yep, Mongolia is like Wrecking Ralph at this point, bagging 12 elimination points. So I guess if they can continue playing at this kind of energy, then there is no doubt, you know, that they could probably score the chicken dinner here. But then again, we're looking at KGZ if they can pull off a back-to-back winner chicken dinner here in Erangel. But dealing with only 2 of their members, that could be hard to pull off. But then again, we are not discounting the fact that, you know, it is still probable. But okay, back to 17's remaining over here, and we do see Clever, we do see Late over here getting into a fight, and Alex just made a move from Iraq, and now this trade-up, it would be undeniable, unstoppable, so let's see who's going to be winning the fight.
We do love to see who's going to be the one that's going to win the fight at this point in time. Iraq is here. You're looking at the players with the 3-time scope. The moment anyone is going to show their face, that spray is definitely going to connect upon on the players as he's here getting that loot for himself. 5 grenades that guy had. But oh my god! Nice jump out effect. Getting a knockdown with a P90, making sure that the player cannot do anything. He's surrendered, unable to do anything. M7M, DM, he's down. Ali 25. Throwing grenades, not making any connectivity upon on the player, but once again the Molotov is on its way. Ali is kind of stranded at this point in time. He cannot move, he cannot like even move a single bit, even a single step. The moment he's gonna do that, it's going to be like a very, very, very hectic situation for the players. But aside from that, aside from all of this action that we're seeing, oh my god, I want to see what the third party, the fourth party is actually going to like bring us onto the table. At this point in time, I'm loving every single one of this aggression that's happening, right? Ooh. I'm loving every single aggression that can possibly occur.
Wow.
Kyrgyzstan, they're here. Kuwait, Mongolia, all these names, they're fighting. They're getting those damages. They're making sure that they're also doing the damage. The circle is super small, and this is what I was talking about. The more circle's going to go shift towards a smaller radius, the more difficult it is going to be for every single one of these players to like be alive, survive at all the 4 man standing whatsoever. And now just Iraq is the team. Iraq is the name that is down with the 4-man standing, but a grenade is coming and leaving the premises. Raindrop, he cannot get that revive now from this point onward. As another grenade comes in, it's a splash damage that could have eliminated the player, but no, he survived. Kuwait is ready. 2 players onto their side, and they are in the circle right now.
Yep. Kuwait is fighting like they're still a squad here. I mean, they're throwing a lot of nades, starting to fireworks up against Mongolia here. I'm not saying it's a tall order, but then again, they are at a deficit over here. But let's see if they can still pull off a great win up against the Wrecking Ball, which is, of course, Mongolia. Kuwait, right now, rage is definitely raging, making it rain bullets against the opposition, was able to actually score a point over there. Now, the Mongolia versus Kuwait fight is still happening, and it looks like, well, obviously, Mongolia won the clash.
I mean, that was a no-brainer right there. 14 elimination. They're kind of I would say not struggling, but the amount of sheer elimination number that we're seeing, they're making everybody else struggle at this point in time with those eliminations. Anyone that's going to come face to face with this team is absolutely going to be decimated from that point onward. But Raindrop finally receiving some damage. He is in the chill spot. He is in the safe spot once again. But the mountaintop, Iraq, the team that is at the very top of the mountain, they are going to be the one that may take the players down. But Iraq is also receiving some damage. They cannot like overtake anything at this point in time. Be very careful on whatever anyone is right now going to do. One wrong move and that's going to be all over for you. So whatever these teams are doing, leaving their premises into the open and without any safe side cover for themselves, is going to be super hard. But Kyrgyzstan, let's see what they have in stock for us, what they have in store for us, because once again, they are here, they're alive, and back-to-back those numbers of elimination and the winner chicken dinners, it's kind of speaking for itself at this point. Desert Taffy, he's here, Mongolia side, ready for that action, but ooh, do I see a knockdown on someone?
Oh man, I mean, you gotta be careful at this point, and you also gotta be careful about Raindrop over here. He's definitely on a roll. That makes him a very dangerous player. And we're talking about 14 elimination points now for Mongolia, so it's a solid performance. But can they continue being the Hawks for this round? I mean, they're at the edge of the circle here, so Pablo, Wade, and the rest of the crew here will definitely make it hard for them to even move a little bit forward. So it's going to be an interesting maneuver coming from Mongolia. How can they keep the rhythm? How can they keep their momentum in this particular situation? I mean, we're talking about two teams here, or make it three teams. They have their guns pointed at them at this point. So again, it's going to be tricky, but it is not impossible at all. But Iraq right now about to descend from the top, and that could be very difficult.
That can be very difficult. This is absolutely true. But once again, Mongolia, they're not giving up. Look at Desert Taffy once again going away from his team members. It's a choice, but I think it may or may not help this person at this point in time. But as Aliko has been spotted, Desert Taffy also shooting at the players. Okay, come on, let's see if you can get a knockdown. The answer is yes, he definitely gets a knockdown. And the rest of the players of Iraq, they just leave the premises. No. What is going on? They left their players out completely into the open, but now as the one that they are fighting against the team Syria at this point in time, there's also the team Kyrgyzstan into the vicinity, into the area, the Molotovs. Oh my god, one wrong move, one wrong, even the slight mistake of the movement, it's going to be over for your casualty. It's going to be enough for the casualty of your full team at that point. Let's see what's going to occur, how it's going to occur, who's going to initiate the fights or whatsoever, as Rex gets a grenade on Ali, as Rex also gets a knockdown. Whoa. Was that a self grenade that he just came in with the grenade and be like, yeah, I'm gonna just get eliminated, but make sure at least I take two down? But he only managed to do one. Gives enough time for the rest of the teams to actually push forward slowly, steadily. The grenades, the throwables, every utility is being dumped upon these compounds right now, and nobody's safe.
Oh man, Iraq needs to do this fast. It's a vulnerable spot. They are in between a lot of teams here, and everyone is gunning at them. They're throwing a lot of nades to flush them out, and everyone just really capitalizing on this situation, and it's not looking too good for Iraq. And again, Raindrop was able to take down a player. So I guess, again, Mongolia definitely is on a very great momentum for this round. I mean, they are at, 14 elimination points, and they're still racking up some more here. Obviously, they do have the advantage compared to the remaining teams here, but can they bag the chicken dinner? That is still a big question for Mongolia.
Yes, this is the big question for Mongolia at this point in time, because if they do manage to secure the winner chicken dinner, nobody's going to be stopping them from the number one spot at the very least. But whoa, Lebanon just got eliminated with a grenade. that was the end of the team Lebanon, ladies and gentlemen. But now we're down to the top 5 on our screen. Let's see what's going to happen. We have, in fact, wait a second. I think Lebanon is still alive. Yeah, Lebanon is still alive. That was a player that got absolutely eliminated with that grenade. So that was a grenadier title that we were looking at for a person. But KGZ, down to the very last guy. The situation is not looking good as they're pushing on. P90 in the hand. Let's see if they're going to be able to make a connection upon on the players.
Ooh.
The damage are done. The player gets a knockdown. It's a confirmation. And right with this, it's another grenade elimination coming around. Oh my god, we're seeing some grenade eliminations. And these grenade eliminations are happening back and forth. Iraq, Ali throwing the grenade on Raindrop. Raindrop got dropped down, but Kyrgyzstan, these guys are still alive. These guys are still remaining into the game. Iraq throwing those grenades and making sure that those casualties are happening. Those casualties are occurring. Jiro down to the last guy. We have Kyrgyzstan's a player. Last the guy alive. Iraq down to 2. And there is also Mongolia with 15 elimination this time and 2 men still remaining.
You know, it's so amazing that Iraq actually survived the situation. Being in the middle of it all, Ali finally landed that haymaker of a nade, was able to score a point for himself here, but the fight is not over between these 4 teams. We got Desert Faye on screen here, monitoring the situation, looking for anyone who will be exposed and who will come in the line of sight. But here comes Walker with a charge here. Let's see if he can be successful in bagging an elimination point for himself. But so far, this is quite a dance-off happening between these 4 teams, and Jiro took a major hit that landed him on the ground.
Oh my god, no way, come on. At this point in time, Effect is doing amazing. He is doing some amazing Effect. P90 did a 1v2 right there in team Lebanon has finally been eliminated. It's a 1 versus 2 versus 1 situation, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time as Jura's down. Jura's gonna get absolutely decimated from that point onward. 1 versus 2, and it's all up to these last 2 guys, but Iraq finally coming in with the clutch, getting those 8 eliminations, a number to their own self, staying alive at the 2-man standing. Kyrgyzstan gets eliminated, so it's a Mongolia, either 17 elimination number that we're gonna see at the end of the day, and the answer is no, we're not gonna see that as the grenade connects up. Iraq gets a winner, beautiful chicken dinner.
Wow, you just have to give it to this, guys. I mean, they weren't in the best spot at all. They were able to go through 3 to 4 teams that actually tried to pin them down, to eliminate them, but they survived nonetheless. And again, this is a very convincing win, you know, coming from Iraq. It wasn't easy at all. They had to manage, you know, a team in front of them, behind them, you know, teams that are about to cross the street. So, I mean, you just have to imagine that all of those teams, right, the remaining teams are all throwing nades to flush them out, to get them to go outside the compound and expose themselves, but that didn't exactly happen. You know what? They even won the chicken dinner. So again, you just have to give these guys a solid round of applause.
You do, and Iraq with the Winona chicken dinner, they're gonna have like Kazi 571 is the most damage between all of these 4 players. We have a Walker with 2 most assists. Then we have Kazi once again with the most elimination number as well. Ali is going to be the one that's going to survive the longest match. Ranking is number 1, and elimination points goes up to 9, meaning 19 points. We can safely assume for the team Iraq at the match number 3. But before even talking about all those match elimination numbers, match points, we do have to talk about the fact that, okay, how this team actually managed to secure it up. They were chilling in the compounds for the longest bit of time, and surviving there, staying over towards that angle, somehow, somewhere into the proximity helped them so much, Andy, as the circle was constantly shifting towards these guys, as the circle was constantly going back and forth to those compartments, and they had to not move too much. But at one point in time, at one placement, the situation was really dark for them as well, as there were so many grenades, so many throwables coming around back and forth from all the different directions that anything could have been possible.
Yeah, that's a solid point right there. And also KGZ, you know, I didn't expect them to get into the last few stages that we had. obviously they were down to just two of their players. So again, the win rate isn't that exactly high, but they managed to pull through. And again, you have to just give it to them. That was quite a performance as well. And again, Mongolia coming up on top here, 21 points in total, followed by Iraq with a total of 19 points. Kyrgyzstan coming in at third place with 11. So it's the same result, from game one, game two, and now game number three. Always three teams finishing with a double-digit score. And I guess it's amazing. But Mongolia and Kyrgyzstan over here, even Kuwait, I think these are like the solid teams that are really performing right now.
They are performing right now, and solidly on top of that as well. But aside from all of this situation, this was the match ranking, ladies and gentlemen, of the match number 3. We're officially done with the halfway point. It's half of the complete games done and dusted. The second half phase starts right now. One more Erangel and 2 Miramars are going to be on its way towards all of these teams. But going on to the head-to-head for the post-match number 3, it is Iraq with 9 elimination, 15 for the team MGL. Damage-wise, it's Iraq having like half the damage of the team Mongolia. Oh my god. 1571 to 3019. 3 assists to 19 assist ratio. 7 knockouts to 20 knockouts ratio. What is going on with MGL Mongolia? They're completely giant in all of this fight.
And this is going to be a huge boost of confidence, especially for Mongolia having to come out from a match like with this kind of status. I think it's really, really great. And just to give you guys, of course, an update when it comes to the overall standings, it is still KGZ at the top here with a total of 49 points, but the gap is not that big, when it comes to the second and third place, which is Mongolia and Jordan. Mongolia already at 43. Over here, they haven't won any chicken dinners just yet, but I think it's a problem, for Mongolia at this point. Jordan, third place with 28, Iraq with 24. So it's just, teams that landed from 9th to 11th here that scored a single digit. But it is, still the same. UAE hasn't has not find their footing just yet. From games 1 and 2, I think they really struggled a bit here. The best game so far, for UAE was this round. I mean, they were able to get to maybe the last few stages, but they weren't able to score any point. But then again, if something is not working out right, Torix, of course you will have to go back to drawing board and maybe talk about like what could have they've done right in certain situations. And hopefully, again, since we do have one more Erangel to go, they can tweak up their strategy a bit and maybe give us something surprising, for the next Erangel.
I mean, I do want to see some surprising things into the very next game. Of that is going to be Erangel once again, ladies and gentlemen. But before heading to the final Erangel of the day number 1, we're going to go for a very short break. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here. We're back after the short break. Back to the action. We come Asia and Oceania qualifiers on your screen, and half day of the day number 1 is done with you guys. Once again, it's Torix, and with me it is the one and only Red Queen Andy. Andy, welcome back. And those 3 matches that has just ended, they were kind of like a delight, but I'm expecting more aggression from the teams.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're already halfway through, and the team's definitely all warmed up and ready to go for another round here. Final Erangel, though, Torix, so then it's going to be the Barren Desert, so they need to really step it up now. Raindrop, though, just morphed into a beast, in the previous Erangel, so he completely annihilated players or like anyone that gets in his way at the top, so it's very promising. Again, I'm pretty sure that everyone is enjoying all of the clashes that's been happening on screen, and we do want it more to be aggressive, to be more fast-paced, but I guess since we are nearing the end of day number 1 and we're gonna play it, we're gonna cap things off in Miramar. It's a big map, so perhaps we will be expecting, the first few zones to be really passive.
I mean, it depends. It depends. It depends on the fact that if the teams do decide to jump down into the same proximity, then it's going to be a different scenario. Like the Watertown fight, the Rozhok fights, even the Pachinki fights that can occur or not occur. But if the teams do not want to take any kind of aggressive stance, any kind of fights, then I don't blame them. I don't blame them. They want to make sure that at least their Erangel, the final Erangel, is gone safe and sound, without any hassle, without any hiccups that they can possibly have against any other teams, whether the teams that can potentially take them down or not. They don't just want to make sure that they end their Erangels without any hiccups. Aside from that, the next thing that the teams is focusing on is the fact those point structures, right? We saw UAE at this point in time. Even after 3 matches, they're still on 0 points. They haven't even secured a single point to their name. So UAE, I think this is one team that I would suggest not going for passive, but aggressive. As much aggressive as they can. Try to do that. Maybe you'll secure more points.
Exactly. But then again, we are waiting, which team is going to surprise us, and it's very promising. I feel like most of the teams are really performing, trying their best to get that pride and joy, for the country to rep up their flags here. And for me, they're not really disappointing since this is just day number 1. And again, nothing is sure just yet. Everyone is just starting, to build their foundation, to build their momentum so far. So I guess, the best thing to do for day number 1 of the qualifiers is just to really observe, which of these teams are really eager to get that spot in the grand finals. And that's what we need to focus on. Again, same suspects for now: Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan. We also got Kuwait really showing up for day number 1 of the qualifiers here. So I'm not exactly will be surprised if they're also the ones that will secure a spot in the grand finals.
I mean, securing grand finals is still a big dream. It's still a long way to go. You have to end your day number 1. You have to play your day number 2 and end that as well. Your second day is going to be the one determining whether you're going to go into the grand finals or not at this point in time. Right now, what the team should be focusing is not the past, but the future, but the present. They have to make sure that whatever's done in the past, it's done. This match, this Erangel, this is the present. This is the gift for them. This is the gift for them by everything that's happening. You have to make sure that this match, at the very least, you can secure with decent number of points. I'm not asking about too much of the other worldly points like 9 elimination, winner, chicken dinner. No, I'm talking about some decent points, average points like 8, 9 in total, securing elimination, like compiling elimination and the placement. You have to secure 9, maybe 10 points if you're really pushing it up. So that's the thing. Secure this much of a points for the next 3 games, and you're gonna be chill. I still think the top 6 right now is near the 26, 27, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But do you think, okay, so since this is going to be the last Erangel, Torix, who do you think is going to come up on top here? Do you think it's going to be the same teams?
I mean Mongolia. Mongolia. Oh my God. Chef kiss to them. The way these guys are going with that aggressive and every single approach, I have to commend to them. I have to give kudos to them at that point in time, because previous match, 14-15 elimination. Previous of that, they also had like 10-11 elimination somewhere into the proximity.
Exactly. But I'm sure, the comment section really is making a lot of noise, for their favorite teams. And this is what we want to see, right? I mean, can you imagine if in case we are doing this at a LAN event and everyone's just like really cheering, for their favorite
Yes.
players. And being in that kind of moment, I guess it's a different feeling. But since we are doing a digital, for now, digital battlefield, I guess the amount of support that we're seeing coming from the comment section here, especially for Kyrgyzstan, is just really amazing. I do hope that we can see more of the fandom coming from the other countries as well.
I mean, at this point, I would prefer that as well, but it's the same situation that, okay, you're dominating, you're doing good, you're putting a very pure pressure on the teams. At this point in time, it's the pressure that's making everybody crumble. It's not just the team synergy that's not working out. It's not just the fact that, okay, somebody's playing bad. It's the pressure that's forcing them to make those bad moves, those habitual moves that makes more and more mistakes at that point in time. So until the time that they can like cement themselves back to like a resetting moment or any kind of like a common composed situation, they're gonna keep making mistakes, and that's a no-brainer. The moment you're gonna stop making those mistakes is the fact that when you're gonna be calm and composed.
I think that mistakes doesn't even have a place in an official tournament. That's why we do have those off-season tournaments. It's a platform wherein you just have to make sure that you got the synergy down, you got the chemistry down, you got the rotations down. Because when you step into the official tournament, it's going to be detrimental if you keep on making those same mistakes. I mean, like, it's not gonna do you good, for the team here. But then again, when it comes to official tournaments just like this, for the qualifiers, I think the best teams will definitely stand out. I mean, we are looking at the numbers here. I mean, we did mention about Clever, Raindrop, just really on a frenzy mode, for day number 1. And again, it's hard to even score an elimination point considering the players that we have here in this tournament. Everyone knows how to play the game. Everyone knows how to do a good strategy.
Exactly.
So it's really going to be a battle of wits.
It is right now the battle of it. Everybody's so familiar with the Erangel that I mean, being overly like situated with a map and being overly familiar with a map can also lead up to potential mistakes. Like, these kind of things that you can do or do not do, they make the mistakes by just going too overconfident at that point in time that, okay, we can rotate from that point onward. Those are also the small mistakes that can possibly occur. But the fact is that these teams, they are making sure that by every single game, they're making less and less mistakes. That I have to give it to them. First match was a disaster. Second one was kind of like, testing phase. The third one, the previous one, was kind of like a good one. Everybody was cementing themselves, first of all, into the game. Then they went into the fight. Like, remember, Sanhok was one of a fight where kind of like we had 3 different areas, 3 different regions into the fight. Erangel, the very first one, we had Rozok being contested by 4 different teams. The other players, the other teams, they were kind of surrounding into the proximity, and they were also getting in some kind of fights, 1 fight, 2 fights, that kind of a situation. This third map, on the other hand, everybody dropped to a different location. Everybody was safe until the first 6 minutes of time, 7 minutes of time, and from that point onward, they started to rotate and take the fight as they went on.
And speaking of fights, well, again, we are on our final Erangel for day number 1 of the qualifiers. So stay tuned because we are about to drop in Erangel.
Oh, Erangel it is. And this time, okay, wait a minute. Is this going triangle or that's just me tripping? First, It goes from military base, near the military base, all the way up to Severny. Then it goes from hospital all the way to the Kameshki side. And now from Kameshki angles, it goes down back to the military base island. What is going on with this plane? This is kind of giving me a deja vu that the plane is moving in a circle. But the real question is where the real circle is going to be formed, and where the real circle is going to go. That's where the diversity is actually going to like begin, and the teams will start to like chase down those momentums or something of any of those sorts. But for right now, ladies and gentlemen, we see Kameshki being contested by two teams. I see two teams going to the Kameshki, and I'm loving this fact that, okay, there is a fight going on, but I don't think you should be going on the fight this early on.
Well, I mean, UAE needs to pick up the pace. They need those numbers to stay competitive, and I think they're doing just that. But let's see if they can actually win this fight. As we can see on the screen here, they're already making a move. They're already charging forward here. They don't want to lose on their momentum. They don't want to lose on their advantage. And so far, there's a dance-up that's about to happen in between this concrete walls. And just like that, one of them falls down on the ground, and that puts Oman, of course, at a great disadvantage up against the UAE.
Oh, that's the first elimination that we're going to have. And UAE finally securing their first elimination after 3 games, ladies and gentlemen. But they have initiated the fight, right, Andy? They have initiated the fight. But how will they execute it? That is the question. Salami, 24, from Oman. He's ready, DBS in hand, getting some shots, maybe connected upon the player. He's taking a 1v2 fight. If he managed to get the second elimination done, it will be a 1v2 that he is going to have for himself. Only one more bullet on the DBS, and that is going to connect. That's a second knockdown coming around, and Oman, Team Oman, is finally going to have those 2 casualties at the cost of 1, but the rest of the 2 players from the Team UAE, I want to see what they're up to, what they're going to do, as they're right now in the compound, surrounded by the players. 2 players of this Oman team. Like, I can see Shader, I can see Salami into the back lines, and the moment anybody's going to like give out their location to another team, they're definitely going to get some shots bombarded upon. AKM is ready for Shedan 52. Let's see if you're going to be able to make any kind of connections. Level 2 West is a good choice. Level 1 Helmet, on the other hand, those headshots will definitely hurt.
Oman obviously going for the pinch here. I mean, they cannot afford to lose another member to UAE. They have the slight advantage since they only have 1 casualty, and UAE again finds themselves in a drop clash. Not really in a good situation at all. And again, you know, we're already at the 4th match this evening, and they are not exactly on a winning streak here, so something needs to change, you know, at least for the side of the UAE. But this is a great position so far for Oman. They would want to keep this 2 remaining players to be just there in the middle, not giving them an option to actually escape this compound. So I guess good strategy all in all for Oman. But, you know, we're not giving up just yet. You know, for UAE, there's still a chance. If they can take down at least a player from Oman, then they could have maybe a slight chance of winning this fight.
I mean, yeah, that's true. That is true. But what I want to know, what I want to see is kind of the fact that, okay, everybody's going aggressive. If the team decides to go aggressive, I want to see committed till the very end. I don't want to see like those half-hearted fights that happens, like, okay, teams fight for 1 or 2 eliminations, then they just back off. No, I want to see that. I want to see a complete fight happening if you decide to take a fight. Syria on our screen right now, ladies and M7MD is on the front lines. He is going forward towards the angles where he might be able to get into an engagement, and the engagement might not be in his favor at the very least. Kazakhstan is on our screen, ladies and gentlemen, close to the proximity. Once again, the third part is from the Kazakhstan right now. They're the one that may or may not like initiate this fight or occur with this fight, but there we go. M7MD finally getting a lot of shots. He's low, but beautiful cover. Not enough as Iesf gets taken down. It's going to be a knockout and a confirmation, and from this point onward we will have to see these 2 eliminations that the team has, T7 T2, how they're gonna like make it more and more for themselves.
Yep, Uzbekistan definitely on a roll here. Of course, they will still have to put that nail in the coffin to seal the deal. But Syria, how are you going to come off in this situation? How are you going to bounce back? We were talking about the last remaining player, and I think he's about to just probably find a place or where he could maybe pray not to get spotted. But yeah, this is high anxiety gameplay we can see coming from their side, but it's not impossible at all to still maybe just maybe survive this clash. But then again, Kazakhstan not letting go of this situation. I mean, they have the opportunity to do that third party thing, get lucky with those shots, get in between two teams having the conflict and just rack up some points. And there's a lot of pressure on both of those teams. But coming off the kill feed, oh man, it's definitely lining up. Mongolia also coming into the mixer versus KGZ. Desert Faye just got taken down, and confirmation he just got eliminated.
Ouch, that's 2 down on Mongolia. This is not looking good, but ladies and gentlemen, we have Uzbekistan on our screen, making sure that they are doing their absolutely level best to take down that final guy in the compound, but finally did it, and finally did it. It was a struggle, but Aggressor finally did it as well. Syria is out of the game. 3 eliminations, single-handedly for Aggressor, 1 to the other guy, and that's 4 elimination that the team is going to have, and the top of the table chart team is out and done and dusted. Mongolia also receiving more and more casualties as Sung is the final hope of the team. He's using that jump shotgun tactic to take down the players, but it's not going to be enough as a player gets taken down. Mongolia out of the game. We were cheering so much on Mongolia for like the last game that they have 15 elimination and decent placement points, but suddenly as soon as we head over to the very final Erangel of the day, Mongolia is one of those few early teams to get eliminated.
And Jordan, I think, is going to go for that same energy from the first round this evening because they have been racking up some points here. Great momentum so far. And again, all they need to do is just really keep up the pace here. But we do see a team, Lebanon. Okay, they're still outside of the zone here, still in the outskirts. So it's going to be a long travel. I do wonder where they're going to stay. For now, is it going to be in Rozhok School Mansion, or are they going to head straight to Yesnaya, where Team Iraq is actually staying at currently? But Kameshki, it's getting a little bit overcrowded here, Torix. So I'm waiting for the fight to commence.
I mean, the city that no one goes to is getting contested? Okay, I've seen everything. I've seen everything in PUBG at this point in time. I've seen the circle going completely into the water in a Miramar match. I've seen a Kamishki being contested. Next thing you're going to tell me that the circle is going to go to the puddle of that Yasna Poliana? If that's the case, oh my god, I'm going to rip my hair off at that point. Oh my god, that would be crazy. But Kamishki, right now, on our screen, and these 3 teams, they're ready to take that initiative. Once again, a United Arab Emirates, a UAE, with just a 1 elimination and losing 2 of their players. That trade-off was not good, but they have to take more trade-offs at this point in time, because it's not just a fight about one team, 1 versus 1, like a full team versus team. It's about 1 versus 1 versus 1. It's team versus team versus team. 3-way deadlock. The moment you're going to shoot at one team, the other 2 is going to follow and get those eliminations right from your face.
All right, so obviously UAE, they don't know that Shidan is actually still inside this convenience store. So he has that element of surprise. So just in case, UAE gets inside and they don't check their corners, then that could be detrimental, for UAE. But then again, this fight needs to be settled. This conflict needs to be resolved because this particular area, this Kameshki, is already out of the zone. So they will have to settle the score as fast as they could. And here comes UAE right now defending or trying to go for that offense, trying to go for that elimination. And they were able to do just that. And of course, HMD will have the opportunity to pick up his teammate. But then again, their position had already been compromised. And there are a lot of other interested teams that would want to take this point.
Oh my god, for a second I thought that the grenade is actually gonna end the lives of all of these players from the UAE, but another one is coming up. Not a single connection as the grenades are going outside of the compartment, outside of this convenience
no.
store. They're not inside for some reason. Throw a Molotov. At this point, just throw a Molotov in the window, through the window. Just make sure that all of this area is completely submerged into the Molotov, into the fire, and nobody can get out or move whatsoever. But now, as the circle is closing on, the blue zone is going to do its damage. Nagi, you have to go fast. You have to go forward at a higher pace at this point in time, because the circle is about to take the second guy's elimination as well. And there we go. Phew just came in at the right time, took down the players, and the United Arab Emirates, aka UAE, is out of the game, ladies and gentlemen. They're done. They are dusted. And I'm loving this fact that from the bottom we have like 8, 9, 10, Oman, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and from the top we are seeing like 3, 4 more teams from third placement onward.
Yeah, I mean, two titans for this competition had already been eliminated, so there will be a chance, for a resurgence, especially for those teams that are currently at the bottom of the overall ranking. So there's still, quite an opportunity for this round. Yasnaya, however, getting occupied by Iraq and Uzbekistan, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a fight definitely that's about to go down in just a while. But we're not taking our eyes off of the players of Team Iraq, since they are the ones controlling majority of Yasnaya.
Oh my god, that's true. That's true. But I mean, the circle where it has shifted towards the western corner side, it's going to be difficult for Yasnaya residents to leave the premises or get in any kind of engagements at this point in time. First of all, they have to get out of there as soon as possible, and then engage with anyone into the surrounding sides. Aside from that, there is no hope for you. But what we're seeing is the fact that Kuwait is close to the proximity of Lebanon, and alongside of Lebanon, you can see on the northeastern corner at the Stolber side, we are finally seeing the teams coming in for that safe zone area. But oh my god, Iraq, they're also moving to the northern angles. This is not looking good whatsoever for the northern sides, as everybody is going to be into that proximity area. It's going to be a really difficult situation for the players to actually survive. But Jordan, 3 eliminations, 3-man standing. Iraq receiving a lot of damage, and Aliko gets eliminated. That's a knockdown. Not a confirmation yet, but I do believe in a short while that will be a confirmation.
Ooh, great opportunity here for Kuwait. I mean, there's at least 3 teams headed towards their direction. They have a chance here to do a serious gatekeeping, up against those 3 teams. So they could probably assume a lot of points in this position. 7 teams remaining. Kazakhstan again was able to dominate Kameshki, and now they're looking to get some more points. Coming from Lebanon this time. Let's see if they can keep up this advantage, this leverage up against this team. And Nagy just going berserk over that spray, trying to take down Pablo. But Karya coming off the kill feed, as well as Legacy currently facing the floor as we speak. And Nagy is not letting go of this situation, just continues to ram them on.
I mean, I don't know what to say about this. The way that this guy was completely committed on the sprays on the car, it was phenomenal. But now, Pablo being the final guy alive for the whole team, whole Lebanon, it's going to be his choice to whether he wants to take the fight or not. But I'm more excited about the circle. Imagine it going to the hard eastern corner, towards the Napoliana, towards the puddle side this time around. In fact, I would have seen everything if that actually occurs. Oh my god.
Whoa.
Oh my god, me and my big mouth. Go into the puddle towards the northern angle is still a safe zone area, but here we go. Kuwait is finally pushing on to this hovercraft. The hovercraft is going to be turned into a covercraft, and the covercraft is not going to give any cover to Pablo, as Pablo gets eliminated and Lebanon out of the game. Kuwait, now you have to get that revival done upon your players. That is a Hajri. Hajri needs to be revived as soon as possible. The cars can get a lot of damage. Be careful on what you wish for. Iraq is here shooting at the random sprays through the smokes, making sure that anything connects, and it connects. It definitely connects, and Hajri gets taken down once again.
Yep, Ragnar is doing his best, of course, to save his teammate over here. I will not leave you alone, brother! But, of course, Ali continues to apply a lot of pressure onto Kuwait. We got Rage kicking up a nade here, but, you know, Iraq and the rest of the crew here would want to make sure that Kuwait will not survive this wave, this stage. They're not going to see the day of light here in Erangel, and Hajj just took a major hit. Same goes for Ragnar, and Waklar still continues to dominate this fight, and all that is left for the side of Kuwait is Rage. But how can Rage make this happen? Well, that is about what we can see here happening between these two amazing teams, and Rage is doing perfectly fine. But here comes Ali with the charge, a DBS straight to Rage, and Rage got knocked down on the ground. What Alex would do in this situation, we still don't know.
We still don't know what's going to happen, but a grenade's coming on. Ali barely surviving from that grenade, but now Ali is finally pushing on, making sure that those casualties are getting into the confirmations. He's making sure that the players are also being revived up as Azzy getting that revive. Hatchery gets finished off, and the last guy, but not the least, it's over with the grenade. And there was a slight light, and then it was darkness for all of those players from the Kuwait side. Iraq securing those 4 eliminations for themselves. And it's a decent starting for the very least. Kuwait is finally out. Jordan, Iraq, the top teams, the number 3 and the number 4s, they're right up against each other, 28 to 32 points. Then we have Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, 15 and 11 elimination to their side. Oh my god, we do have to see what's going to happen with these top 4 teams as Jordan and Iraq. These two are the names that I'm really looking forward right now on seeing how much of those aggressive stances that they can do against the rest of the teams. How many more points of those eliminations can they secure?
You know, Iraq actually winning the fight up against Kuwait is showing everyone that they are also a force to be reckoned with. And Iraq obviously doing a tremendous job here, defending themselves. And now they're part of the final 4 teams here that is still going for that chicken dinner. Now we're looking at Thanos here trying to snap his fingers up against Aggressor, but lost the opportunity to take him down. And now Thanos will be backing away, stepping away from that fight, getting himself in a safe place and rejoining the rest of the team here. And Aggressor, that was such a lucky pull-off coming from Uzbekistan. They get to keep 3 members still for this stage.
I mean, I don't know how it's happening, but it's happening. It's happening, ladies and gentlemen. We're still seeing Jordan with 3, Uzbekistan with the 3, and Kazakhstan with the 3, alongside of Iraq with the 3 as well. Everybody's down to 3. Everybody's down to the last 3 players, and you can see into the mini-map on where the circle is actually going. Oh my god, it's going towards the puddle. I'm pretty sure it's going towards that puddle, Andy. Unless the game ends within this 2-3 minutes before the 20 minutes, I may not see my puddle circle whatsoever. So that's going to be counted as a no for me. But Iraq, let's see, the tap fires on the cars. He's making sure that the cars are no longer renderable, they're no longer usable, and those buggies, those car tires, they're completely gone. Unless you have tires to spare to change, that car is not going to be able to move anytime soon. But Vasan Goat, he's ready. M416, 4 times spray. Scar Ill, in fact, this time around, over the 4 times, he gets a connection. Oh my god, Aggressor is really low. One more shot, one more bullet. Come on! The answer is no, not a single bullet connected afterwards, and the player just instantly get out of there.
Okay, Goat. I mean, Jordan could probably have their second chicken dinner of the night, and that's also a major flex right there if they could actually pull that off. But 3 players, and they're still doing great here. It shows a great dedication, I guess, coming from Jordan here. It's a total of 28%, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm reading it right on screen here, that's the percentage that dictates whether or not they're going to be winning the chicken dinner for this round. But you know what? Iraq is not far behind. I mean, they are pretty close to what Jordan can do in this situation. And since we are just at stage 5 here, we got plenty of space to go, plenty more chances for teams to dominate. I guess, you know, the whole point right now, the objective right now is to get into a very good spot. So, I mean, everyone's sticking close to the edge of the circle here, and it's an open field, you know, for the final zones.
1 minute. One more minute and the circle is gonna close. I'm just waiting for the circle to close because everybody else is not even going close to that fight. Yeah, they're looking at each other, they're trying to find each other, but the question is, are you gonna shoot even if you find someone? Are you not going to shoot? This is the question. But Aggressor, okay, wait a minute. I spoke too soon. Aggressor is actually shooting at the players, making sure that some connectivities are coming around. Visor, in fact, at the very least, with the Mini 14 tap sprays, he manages to get a knockdown as well. Iraq shooting at the cars off Kazakhstan, but not making any connection. Not happening. But there we go. Right here. There we have it. It's a knock off Lieth, and it's over for Lieth as well. Oh my goodness. It's a confirmation. It's a casualty, and Jordan's down to the last two, but Aggressor gets a knockdown. Ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing back and forth going around into the very last moment of the game.
All right, here we go. It's a standoff still. I mean, nobody wants to be reckless. Especially that we're already at stage 5 here for the final Erangel. Again, we're gonna step into Miramar in just a few more minutes. We just have to determine, of course, who's gonna be winning this final Erangel chicken dinner. And now we're looking at Aziz again cooking up a nade here, trying to flush out Aggressor and the rest of the team, but came a little bit short. I mean, there is a chance for them to get completely eliminated. I mean, the players from Uzbekistan, since they are staying in just one spot. And if Ali throws, or like Aziz throws a good nade here, just like what we expected, 2 of them instantly went down, and this is trouble, you know, for Uzbekistan. I don't think they're going to be surviving this now, Torix.
They might not. That's absolutely true. Iraq is finally pushing on with the core. They gets the final nail in the coffin. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. It is over. Vehicle elimination by the hand of Iraq, by the car of Iraq. They just went and made sure that Uzbekistan is out of the game. Now we're down to the 3. Kazakhstan, we have Jordan, we have Iraq, we have another team getting a lot of damage on them, and that is the Kazakhstan, ladies and gentlemen. Kazakhstan are also receiving a lot of shots, a lot of damage, down to the very last guy that is behind that rock. Once again, come on, make sure that you burst down that car, burst that car down. Sprays are going on. Can the car get exploded, please? I need to see a car explosion. I need to see those eliminations happening upon the players. But finally, after the car exploded, the player went out, he went in, gone. Now he's going to be giving easy revive to his team members. You don't have to worry about anyone at any time and point. Ragnarok is also here with the ghillie suit in hand. In fact, he's wearing the ghillie suit right now, and because of that, I don't think anybody's going to be able to like spot him out if they just see that ghillie suit.
Oh man, I feel like this is gonna be Iraq once again here for the chicken dinner. But let's see if they can survive Ragnarok. Okay, a little bit of a mishap, okay, with the nades there, but Ragnarok, of course, still is pretty determined in eliminating, of course, the players here coming from Iraq. He just still is finding the right workable angle over here. I do hope he is managing his resources well. Those nades are definitely gonna hit the mark. Ragnarok was able to shut down Waklar, and so Iraq finds themselves in a world of trouble here. There's a need for them to eliminate Ragnarok at this point. What is Ali gonna do in this situation? Is it gonna go for that charge? Is he gonna go for a pickup here? But one thing is for sure, Ragnarok is not letting go of this chance to dominate these players.
Oh, he's trying his level best. The sprays are going. Oh my god, that was a headshot on the player. Not the connection that he was looking for, but the connection he's finally going to have. The Molotov is also going to go into the front lines. The Molotov is going to make sure to work off the flip. Oh my god, that's amazing. But now 1 versus 2 versus 3, ladies and gentlemen. Team Iraq situation is not looking good, as with 8 elimination. Wait a minute, the second guy is alive? Yeah, there is. They are. I thought for a second that, okay, there's only 1 alive for the Team Iraq, but no. It's basically 2 that is alive. AZ making sure that Thanos gets a knockdown. He gets snapped off the map, a match as well. But, ooh, I see the circle. Andy, do you see the circle?
Yeah, we only have like 20-30% of land over here in Ragnarok. Oh no, a little bit of trouble right there, and Ali obviously capitalized on that one, setting Ragnarok back to the lobby. And now we're talking about two teams remaining here fighting for the chicken dinner. And, well, it's Kazakhstan versus Iraq. Okay, here we go. The final battle for the final Erangel.
Final battle. Let's go. 2 versus 2. Kazakhstan, Wazir, alongside of Nagi. Then we have Iraq with the 2 players as well. That is Ali. That is onto the front line, SZ. So SZ, in fact, at this point in time, so it's a 2 versus 2. Whoever is going to find it first is absolutely going to go chaotic with those sprays and everything. But the main concerning fact is that I see like the other team, not Iraq, but the other ones. I think that's Kazakhstan outside of the proximity of this circle. They have to move inside of that circle, and that circle is not going to be like pretty for them. One player gets a knockdown, he gets an instant confirmation, and now with this, the final guy, the final hope for the team, Nagi is going to be the only person alive. The change of the seat cars, the spray is coming around, it's over for the players, and we have Iraq, ladies and gentlemen, for the winner chicken dinner of the match number 4, the final Erangel of the day number 1.
You know what? I love what Iraq did actually in this last few zones. You know, they did not even give a chance to the remaining teams to even step forward into the middle of the map. They made sure that they apply a lot of pressure for them to stick at the edge of the circle. And it was I guess 70% chicken dinner win, you know, for Iraq, and they were able to play their cards right. You know, they were very patient, and you know, at the moment that they stepped out of the Asnaya, they were trying to go for that zone control, and they were able to do that, hence getting the winner chicken dinner for the final Erangel. And just to make sure you guys follow the story, this is how it went down. This is how Iraq dominated Erangel.
That's absolutely true. This is how they dominated this final Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. This was a final blow. And with this, we had the winner chicken dinner for the Iraq. 898 is the most damage that's dealt. We have Walker with 3 most assists. Kazi with the 6th most elimination. Ali's going to be the one surviving till the very end. 25 minutes into the game. Match number 1. It is 13 elimination points. Oh my god. 23 points coming up, right up for the team Iraq.
And, you know, I can already see the pattern here, Torix. I mean, everyone is really gearing up for that double-digit elimination points for each round here. And this time it was coming from Iraq. Now, looking at the stats, 6 elimination points coming from Z, 4 for Ali, and we got 3. But Alec, I think, had an early elimination for this particular round, but still an amazing performance all in all for Iraq. So that only goes to show how good their team composition is and how well they receive all of the challenges, all of the situations inside the battlefield, and still maintain their composure.
They definitely did maintain their composure. 4,000 healings finally, ladies and gentlemen, with 94 throwables used. The amount of throwables used in this match is not too much, but I would say it's not too less as well. Close to the 100 markers. It's always appreciable. We have 1 airdrop throughout this whole game that was looted. No headshots connectivity by anyone. 11 rescues in total. This was the match summary of the match number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's about time to see the head-to-head first. As we go to the head-to-head, Iraq versus Jordan, 13-5, 1987 to 835. We have 5 assists with 1 assist ratio. Then we have 14 knockouts to 13 knockouts. So yes, Iraq is definitely doing amazing job into this area. And right here at this point in time, with Miramar being the only 2 maps like remaining, Andy, it's going to be difficult.
And I almost thought, you know, that Jordan will be reclaiming you know, their position as one of the dominators here for the competition, but they came a little short, you know, for this round alone. But then again, you know, the unpredictability of this battle royale is what keeps us very excited and of course at the edge of our seats. And Iraq again at first place with 23 points, and then we got Jordan coming in hot at second place. Kazakhstan, it was a great effort considering it wasn't really a great position for them. It was a vulnerable spot for Kazakhstan, but still they made their way. They tried to get the chicken dinner by excessive force here, but great offense, I guess. Great strategy coming from Iraq. Obviously, they went for that zone control, coming from Yasnai, and just really made sure that, it will be very difficult for their opponents to step into the zone and even get into the middle. So that was a lot of pressure to handle, and great play again coming from Iraq.
Yeah, that's true, but this was just a match ranking. I'm still excited to see the overall ranking that's going to be on our screen in a short while, ladies and gentlemen. Iraq in this match, 23 points. I think they are going to be into the number 1 or at least the number 2 placement with this winner chicken dinner that they got with 13 elimination. It's definitely going to be a really good one for them, but let's see. Iraq definitely is on the hashtag number 1. 2 winner chicken dinners. Then we have Mongolia with 47 points as well.
Wow.
And in fact, no, it's Kyrgyzstan that's on the number 1. My bad. I was looking at the right chart, but we forgot about the first place that goes on the left. 51 to 47 to 47. We have Jordan with 38. We have Kuwait with 26, 21 for the Kazakhstan. Lebanon with 20. Then we go down from the 20-point marker, 16, 15, all the way down to 3, where Emirates actually managed to secure 2 elimination and 1 placement points.
It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll, but all I can say is that it's a tight competition between Kyrgyzstan,
Yes.
Iraq, Mongolia, Jordan, and Kuwait. At least for those top 5 teams, right? I mean, it's head-to-head, and it's a back-and-forth situation when it comes to who gets to be at the top 5. Because for now, after 4 games, it's still KGZ at the top here. But how long can they, defend the throne up against those teams who are more kill hungry, more determined to actually take that crown? It's going to be a wild ride, at least for day number 1 of the qualifiers.
I mean, day number 1, it's going fire. It is actually going fire at this point in time. And I want the fire to not extinguish, go even hotter into the Miramar match. But ladies and gentlemen, before heading on to our first Miramar match of the day, we're going to go for a very tiny break. Do not go anywhere. Stay here. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Iesf World Esports. 4 down, 2 to go. My name is Red Queen, casting alongside Torix for day 1 of the qualifiers. How's the tournament for you so far?
The tournament's going good. I would really love if it was going a little bit more aggressive, but we gotta do what we gotta do. We gotta work with what we gotta work with. The teams, on the other hand, they're doing amazing. Some of the teams like Mongolia, they're doing good. They're doing decent at this point in time, and I do have to give it to the fact that finally UAE decided to secure 3 points in this match. I want to see more action from them. I want to see more and more engagements from their side. And aside from the fact that like how this engagement was done by all of these teams, it was good. But Miramar is a complete different story. Miramar, where you do go with the fact that, okay, it's a very barren land, you have to drop at your designated location, or you have to find the cars. There's only 2 options: find a car or go to your designated location in the circle.
You're absolutely right, but you know what? It's gonna be Miramar this time, Torix. Do you have any particular spot that you are eyeing, or like maybe a favorite drop spot? You know, when it comes to Miramar, you know, I always look at Picado, and if I can share,
love El Azhar.
Oh, El Azhar. You know what, there is what we call before in my local community of PUBG, that, you know, whenever you drop in Picado, you just have to make sure that you win and you don't back out in any situation. That is, of course, an all-out fight when it comes to Picado. So I do wonder if we're going to see something like that happening, you know, for the first Miramar.
I mean, Andy, when Miramar 2.0 came out, when we first got introduced to that golden Mirado, everybody was suddenly dropping there too. And I would not be surprised. I would be amazed at this point in time if everybody was like, okay, we need that golden Mirado today. I need at least 3-4 teams over to that direction to go for that golden Mirado. In the meanwhile, yes, somebody might get extinguished, somebody might get eliminated too. And it's not like the first time that we are gonna see like those knife fights maybe occurring into the Miramar, but if that happens, oh my god, that would be a chef kiss on top of every other fight that happened.
Oh, for sure. You know what, I came here for the
fight.
action. I came here for the trade-offs. You know, it's not even about chicken dinners, but I'm more looking forward to those clutch moves, right? Coming from the teams, coming from the players, those 1v3 or maybe even a squad wipeout. You know, I think that's that makes me very giddy, and that keeps me at the edge of my seat here. But you know, I feel like yes, I guess the teams are still trying to warm up, you know, at least for day number 1 here. Maybe they're still trying to set their momentum straight. I mean, it's a tight competition. There's no gap just yet. And speaking of gap, you know, the beauty of getting that lead, I guess, or getting that gap early on is that it will give you a little space, you know, a little wiggle room to make mistakes in a map and not even like take a toll on your make a dent of some sort like in your overall ranking. So I guess that's what KGZ is actually aiming for.
I mean, at this point, anything has to be done. Something at the very least has to be done. Whether you're going with that aggressive or passive spots, you have to decide on one thing. You can't decide mid-match that, okay, we are done with the aggressions and we're gonna go to the passive. No, that is not how it works. The whole tempo, the whole momentum that the team has secured for themselves, it kind of breaks up, and from that point onward, you're neither going to like secure more points, or you're not either going to like hold your position down to the forts. But yes, Miramar is one of those few matches that I do love. I personally love the Miramar map. I do love the Miramar map down to the core. The amount of adrenaline it actually rushes up to the players, towards everybody, because of if you don't find a car, you're completely stranded, you're completely screwed at that time. The moment you're gonna start running into the circle bare feet, oh, you're gonna find out how big of a map this actually is as we head over to our second last match of the day, ladies and gentlemen, from Partona all the way up to the Oasis. This is the Miramar for you.
I like the skin though. twinkling
yeah.
twinkling stars. Yes, it's gonna be dry for Miramar, but I think that I'm wishing that Miramar is the only thing that's dry for this round. Hopefully, we get a lot of fights that can happen at the beginning of the match here. That could be quite juicy. But then again, we are waiting for those teams to head on to their favorite drop spots as we see the flight path heading northern side. Yeah, came from down south. So what the areas directly below this flight pad are like Monte Nuevo, Picado, San Martin, but I see most of the teams are again occupying areas from the south part area of the map here. So the northern side, I feel like it's going to be less fights, but then again, we are waiting for the initial circle because again, that's where the players will be heading towards to.
That's exactly where the players are going to be heading towards too. The circle is going to be the dictator of whether the teams are going to stay there where they are or they're going to change their directions to a different location. But Picado is one place that I'm right now seeing contested by two different teams. The circle is going to go towards the northern side, La Cobreria. Ahumada's somewhat location is inside of that circle, but Cruz del Valley, half of the Cruz del Valley is inside. The southern side teams, Iraq. You have to move now. You have to finally utilize a car, go forward. Kuwait receiving some damage, but they're also making sure that the team is in front of them. They're also going to get a lot of shots connected on them, but Raid gets finisher. Oh my God,
Oh,
this is not
no.
good. You did a confirmation on both sides. DBS connectivity. Amar gets finished off right there and then by the hand of Ragnar. So it's a 2-to-1 ratio so far on the elimination side. Kuwait winning it out by a 1 elimination plus ratio. But now Ragnar pushing forward. This is not a good situation. Yes, both the players are going in fast, slowly, steadily, but will they make a connection? The answer is yes, as Ragnar gets another one at the thumbs and is going to make short work of the guy. And right with this, it's all down to the very last guy of Oman.
Whew, impeccable timing right there coming from Ragnar. I mean, the aggression level is definitely high coming from this player. I mean, he's not phased at all. He just really went in there and struck up a punch. Well, let's see how they're gonna do their magic, hunting down this last remaining player from Oman. We got Ragnar from the rooftop, making a drop, and there you go, sealing the deal. Oman, first team to get eliminated for first Miramar, and Kuwait, of course, topping the charts.
They're definitely topping the charts. KGZ it is, but Oman finally getting eliminated. Kuwait securing those eliminations for themselves. They're definitely near the 30th marker now with those eliminations, and things are only going to get better and better for them from this point onward. Kyrgyzstan, they're on our screen so far. Zurich. Let's see if he's going to make any connections with the M249. Warrior is also here with the M4, in fact, Scottl. And no scope? Wait a minute. So the only guy that has a scope is a Fike at this point in time. The rest of the players, they only have those red dots. The sprays with the red dots is going to be the only viable options. But there are houses. Oh my God, there are houses in the front lines. The sprays are going. Ooh.
Wow.
Somewhat on the connection. Okay, that was a decent trace, but not enough decent to get those damages done at the very least.
Oh, man, I don't know how he is going to pull this off. I mean, that's a red dot right there with an M249. And he's not even on prone. I mean, that gun works best when you're on prone, right? The recoil is better when you have that stable position, or when you are in that stable position, rather. Again, we're looking at the map feed, and there's a couple of teams residing inside Los Leones for now. I mean, Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan, rather, not mistaken. Still taking their sweet time. They're not moving just yet. But the circle, since it's up top here, a lot of teams will then have to go through maybe, just maybe, Kuwait and Jonic and the rest of the team here.
I mean, At this point in time, this is still the first stage, right? This is still the first stage, so we can't assume what's happening, what's not happening, or how the fights will occur, or any of those sorts. Yes, we did had like one team completely eliminated early on into the game, but aside from that, Hacienda del Patron is the only place that I can see, I can deduce where the fight may occur, where the fight may happen. Yes, Los Leones also is a chance. There is a chance at the Los Leones that the fight will occur, but it's outside of the circle. It's outside of the safe zone, and nobody wants to take a fight outside of the safe zone unless they're at a very, very amazing advantage.
Let's see what UAE is going to do in this particular situation we're talking about. I mean, Minas del Valle, that's where they will be coming from, and they could potentially have an altercation here. There's a team right in front of them, and before they can even step into the zone here, they will have to pass through this team. So are they going to do a drive-by? Perhaps not, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But there are a lot of teams stacking the blue currently, and again, you know, Kuwait residing in Picado, they do have that opportunity to, of course, prevent any teams that could get a stable footing from inside the zone here. Coming off the kill feed, it's again Mongolia right now getting some work done. They already have one elimination point in their pocket, and well, they're still being aggressive. And still trying to dominate day number 1 here, but Warrior coming up from behind, and again, UAE getting off guard here. Loss is definitely lost in translation and lost in this battlefield, followed by Chap. Another one bites the dust here. KGC found an opportunity to dominate, found an opportunity to score, and they were able to do just that.
Man, one time can be a coincidence. Second time can also be that. But the third and fourth time? Nah. Something's going on. UAE, come on, man. Step up at this point in time. There's also a knockdown. One more. So 3 players of the UAE are done and dusted. That the fourth one gets eliminated. And there we go. It's over. UAE out of the game. Not even getting the double-digit points. Even after like 5 matches are done and dusted. KGZ, MGL, IRQ, these are the names that are close to the proximity of the 50th point, ladies and gentlemen. KGZ, on the other hand, they have crossed that 50 threshold, but the bottom line to Uzbekistan, Syria, 16, 20 points for the Lebanon. Then we have like Kazakhstan with 21. These are the numbers. These are the names that we're all seeing right now into the game. And top 9 it is. And these top 9s, they are going to do whatever they can, whatever is possible to secure as much placement points as possible. Because now they know that, okay, only 34 players are remaining. Let's go for a safer side. Let's let the other teams take the fight. But, ooh, Kazakhstan taking those fights, taking those shots against, I do believe, Kuwait at this point. And if they do manage to get a decent number of eliminations, I would be happy.
Yeah, I mean, UAE not really having, you know, a great day so far. But let's see what's going to happen, however. Mongolia versus Kazakhstan at the moment. And it looks like Kazakhstan is about to serve their revenge up against the Mongolians. Nagy scoring a point right there, but one of them is currently not down on the ground as well. So they are going for this reset, but let's wait if Mongolia will be doing something in this situation to try to get back Jiro in the circulation. But so far, he is in big trouble here. It would take a miracle probably for Raindrop to pick up his teammate here. So I guess he's going to just leave the scene here and focus on longevity as well. We're just at stage 2 here. There's still a chance for them to pick up some points, and that is if he focuses on, of course, getting into a safe spot here where he could probably chill for a while.
I mean, outside of the blue is never a chill spot, no matter how you look at it, and another circle is shifting. Oh my god, come on, get into the cars. How many gas cans do you guys have? This is my question first and foremost. He just dropped 2 gas cans, right? And he's still going to have more in the reserve. But the circle's going to take a shift towards the southern this time around. Hacienda del Patron, Minas Generalis, and the graveyard alongside of some of the Picado. It's in the circle, ladies and gentlemen. And I can see almost like 50% of the teams alive inside of that circle. And the rest of the 50%, they're outside. They're outside of the blue. They're outside of the safe zone. And they're kind of like struggling at this point. The moment they're going to enter the circle, circle, they're instantly going to be like surrounded by different teams. They might get shot as well. So whichever direction that you're going to choose to come inside of that circle is going to heavily depend whether you're going to survive or you're going to lose one or two of your players.
Okay, I mean, interesting rotations here, but obviously KGC again has the opportunity to keep at least two teams that will be coming from the south side, and that would be, of course, Iraq and the team that will be coming from Los Leones. So let's see if that fight is gonna happen, or will they be focusing on getting into the middle of the map instead? But in the meantime, we're looking at Mongolia, and we're looking at Raindrop to be the last active member, and we did talk about him finding a very good safe spot where he can stay and not get detected. But that could be hard, even that hard to pull off just because it doesn't have the firepower like a backup to support him. And especially, teams are definitely kill hungry, especially that we are at the second to the last game for day number 1. But since we are experiencing a little bit of truce happening for the remaining teams here, let's look at where they are currently situated. So just like what we mentioned earlier, Iraq, very near the edge of the circle here. They could potentially have an altercation up against Kuwait and maybe KGZ, but I'm not sure if that's going to happen. But in the meantime, Raindrop just got eliminated.
They definitely did. They definitely did got eliminated. And now, from this point onward, we're here seeing a lot of shifting from one direction to the other one. Iraq is being on the front line for front. Close to them is going to be another team that can potentially harm them, take one or two players down at the very least. But Iraq elegantly leaving this place without giving them any chance of survival. But oh my god! The moment I spoke, I think they just got shot down by either Jordan or Kuwait. Kyrgyzstan is also here, but here we go. On the front lines, we have Zakaria. Zakaria getting a knockdown of not a finisher this time around, as Aliko was here to make sure that the second player was also getting eliminated, but nope, it's not the time. Walker is in the back lines trying to give out the covers. He's also the solo guy remaining from the team. So it's a 1 versus 1 of Lebanon. Lebanon versus this single guy from the Kuwait side. Be careful on what you're going to wish for and what you're going to do from this point onward. Lebanon is here. Kuwait receiving a lot of damage. Still surviving. Still alive. Let's see. But staying and stopping to bandage yourself up? Okay, that's not a good move.
No. After a very strong performance from previous rounds here, Iraq down to their last player, and that would be Waklar. Aziz just got eliminated, so it's going to be tough, for Lebanon since they don't have firepower as well. 8 teams remaining for Stage 3 here in Miramar. We can see that Lebanon is going for that reposition, getting the high ground advantage up against KGZ. But let's see if they can still, turn the tables here up against Lebanon, since they're the teams that are coming from down below, and it's pretty hard for them to actually score a point, since, the angles could be very difficult for them. But they are seasoned players of the Pubg Mobile, so it's not impossible at all to score a point. We can see Thanos cooking up a nade here, getting ready to throw up against Lebanon. Let's see what Legacy and Pablo's going to do in this situation. They went into the zone, so is this going to be a long rotation?
Oh my god. 8 teams remaining. 8 teams remaining. Kazakhstan is shooting at the players, but Lebanon is being eliminated by the Kyrgyzstan at this point in time. They're receiving a lot of damage on them. Careful on what you're going to do. Careful on what your next move is going to be, as the circle is about to take a shift. I think it's going to go to the northeastern corner, to the top eastern side, but nope, it goes to the south. It goes to the south, ladies and gentlemen. And now, from this point onward, majority of the teams, almost all of the teams, are in the circle. Lebanon, on the other hand, I don't think they're going to survive outside of the proximity of the circle. They have to, really, really rush in inside of that circle. Other than that, otherwise, we can say goodbye to them.
Okay. It's a truce once again. And we're looking at, of course, where the teams are currently positioned. And we can see Lebanon, again, still going for that long rotation so far, avoiding any conflicts for this stage alone. Jordan, however, they haven't really got into any engagements as yet, although they are holding on to their one elimination point for this round. No hard pushes just yet coming from this team, but Ragnar, however, spots one player from of this last remaining player coming from Iraq. Can he get the job done? Nagy, however, well, he's the one that found a bullet that went straight to his face there, so I guess he's facing the floor, and I'm not even sure if he's gonna get picked up, at this point. And Kazakhstan right now trying to defend themselves right at the edge of the circle over here, going for that massive spray, but not connecting at all. I mean, obviously, this is a spray to make sure that they buy enough time for them to recuperate in this situation.
At this point in time, it's the top 8 for the longest bit of time that I'm seeing, right, Andy? Like for the past 5 minutes, I think it's the top 8 that has been surviving throughout. But oh, there we go. Lebanon eliminated. Finally, we're down to top 7. Going on forward, we do have to see what's going to happen for the rest of the teams. As the Rock is over here alongside of Kuwait, taking the fight. Hajri receiving a lot of damage, but a Walker, grenades towards Hajri. A lot of damage is being done. First grenade did a lot of damage. Second grenade did not even made a single connection on towards the player. Ragnar, you have to push forward, man. Come on. Go forward. Get those casualties that may be upon the players. But Mesha. Right into the front lines. Akaban in the hand. Walker has a shotgun. A DBS. He gets a connection. The second connection is not going to be on his way. Player is rushing on. He's going to throw that grenade. He's going to bounce it off. Once again, he's going to jump out. The moment he's going to jump out, there's 2 players waiting for him at the window. Instantly take him out. Iraq out of the game.
It's okay. It's okay. I feel like, Iraq still is doing an amazing job so far. I mean, they were able to bag... Oh, no, not yet. I was thinking maybe they bagged 2 winner chicken dinners. Not yet. Okay, that was their first chicken dinner. Okay, so getting back into the action over here, we're looking at a KGZ, one of the... well, not one of the... They are the top and tough competitors for day number 1 of the qualifiers. So they are maintaining their pace, they're maintaining their lead, they're maintaining to seat at the throne here. So let's see what Thanos is going to do in this situation. I mean, he did throw a nade, but I mean, obviously it's too far, so it's not going to connect here. But what happened was he just revealed his location, so that could be tough.
That definitely is going to be tough. Circle's about to take another shift. We do have to see where it's going to go. Circle. Towards the graveyard it goes. And 2 teams are right now in a safe side approaching situation. Kyrgyzstan is over here, and 1 player gets knocked down. Effect is really low on that HP side. Situation is not looking good as Warrior is pushing forward. The shotguns are making connections, and it's all over. We're down to top 5, ladies and gentlemen. We are down to the top 5. From this point onward, there is no hope for any other teams like of those teams that got eliminated to secure the Winona Chicken Dinner. So they have to wait out for the next match to find Miramar. But the top 5 right now, Jordan and Kazakhstan are the only 2 teams that I can see with 4 man standing.
Oh man, that's definitely an advantage right there, especially in Miramar. I mean, there's a lot of space to cover, so if you can hold on to multiple angles, then that definitely can work to your advantage. But KGZ back in action. Okay, I mean, they could potentially score their second chicken dinner of the night here. I mean, Jordan also is doing an amazing job so far. They were a little off in the previous matches, but this could be like a great match for them since they're still a complete squad, so that will always be an advantage. But KGZ close to another team over here. Warrior popping off that smoke, but Warrior getting some damage. Okay, it's a great thing that he was able to dodge the attack just in the nick of time, but they're not out of the woods just yet because, well, they're getting bombarded with a lot of nades here. And Effect Oh man, not looking too good. Bleeding out there in the open. Warrior was able to take in some damage, but was able to reset, was able to, of course, find another angle that could best work for KGZ. But it is hard. It is hard to even take down or take an elimination. But who will be surviving this when Warrior, the last active member, right here, and the most number of points, still trying to make it happen? Unfortunately, it's overwhelming for just one person to handle.
Oh my god, those are some juicy eliminations that we're seeing. Ho ho ho. 4 total teams remaining, 13 players alive. Kazakhstan, the one team alongside of Jordan with all the 4 players that are remaining into the game. Syria is going to lose 2 of their players. They're down to the last 2. Team Uzbekistan is down to the 3-man standing. Look at the circle. Look at the shifts that's going to come in a short while. I'm waiting for this circle to take a shift, take a breather for the teams. I think this was the stage number 8 or this is the stage number 7. From what I can deduce, I think this is the stage number 7. So they're gonna be still chill, but oh, Syria, you beauty, the sprays, the flicks that these guys are showing, it's amazing. Stage number 5 it is. For a second, this small of a radius, I thought that was stage number 7 that's going to go into stage number 8, but no, it's stage number 6 that's about to occur. Rex throwing the grenade, it's going to hit, and then we have it. That's a knockdown, down to the very last guy of the players of the Jordans. I do believe so. It is the last guy, and he's the only hope remaining for the team.
All right, Syria stepping on the gas over here. We got Rex doing most of the job, and it's now trying to take down Clever the situation, but it was his teammate that actually got the point right there. But of course, Syria continues to dominate in this situation, although they have the least chance of bagging the winner chicken dinner. But of course, their fate can still change. I mean, they are really a force to be reckoned with at this point in this match, stage 6, and Syria is really unleashing their havoc, their wrath up against the opposition. And that is it, ladies and gents. So we're looking at the final 3 teams here for stage 6 in Miramar.
Oh my god, this is so good right now. I'm loving this. I'm loving every single bit of this situation that we are seeing. But so far, on our screen, it's the top 3. It's the top 3. 9 players remaining. One is Thanos in the front line. Let's see if he's going to be able to make any connections upon the players or not. He's looking at the left. He sees the players. He looks at the right. He sees another team. He sees more 2 players, but the connections are where the diversity is going to occur. The connections is where the fire is going to happen. Thanos making sure that those some of the connections are happening. Koji is also getting down, getting some knocks, confirmations. 5 eliminations for Kazakhstan. In the front lines, we have Uzbekistan taking the fight, taking those shots. Let's see what's going to occur. What's going to be the situation from this point onward. Oh my god. Right now, Joink, come on. That grenade is going to connect. Oh my god, the second one comes up and it's over, ladies and gentlemen. It's over. Uzbekistan doing an amazing job with those throwables and those grenades. They're doing amazing.
Yep, that was a great performance coming from Uzbekistan. They're now on a double-digit elimination points and great defense so far. So the last 2 teams here would be Syria and Uzbekistan, but just look at the amount of space that we have. But speaking of space, well, vantage points. I think this is something that we could probably discuss at this point since Syria, okay, they are holding on to multiple angles over here. Obviously, the one that they need to eliminate is right up in front of them. They've got a high ground advantage, so everything is working out just fine for Syria. But then again, the only disadvantage that Syria has is that they're down to only 2 players. So this is a 2v3 situation.
This is Uzbekistan, aggressor in the Mirado, paper car to his name. Twigs, the guy, Rex, TWS is Rex. He's so further away from the team. Oh my god, Syria, be very careful on what you're going to do, how you're going to do it up. Aside from all of those factors, come on. Joink on the other side. What's going to happen? What is the situation? But what I'm seeing at this point in time is the fact that it's a stalemate. The moment stage number 8 is gonna occur, that's when the fight, I do believe so, is gonna like start to happen, Andy.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tough situation for Syria. Although I can say that when it comes to the angles, they have the advantage up against, of course, their opponents, Uzbekistan, right? But they don't have enough manpower to pull off like a sure victory over here. I'm not saying that okay, they don't really have a chance to win the chicken dinner. They do actually. I'm not. No, we're not really discounting the probability here of Syria actually winning this fight. But it could be hard. It could. They can probably do a very tricky maneuver here up against Uzbekistan. But here comes now the play. So Syria will be uh getting back to his teammate here. Okay. And Uzbekistan, I think they were able to get a whiff of the situation that, okay, Syria might be holding on to a great vantage point. So we need at least one to keep a close eye on to M7MD over here. And that would be Koji, ladies and gents. And again, one wrong move from Uzbekistan and Syria can level out the playing field.
They are leveling out the playing field, but N7MD, he's boosted up. He's fully boosted at this point in time. He's ready to get those aggressions. What is going to happen? How he's going to go forward from this point onward is a bigger question, as Ikoji finally got into the car, left the premises near the side of the team at GSG at that point in time, but it's gonna haunt them. Come on, at this point in time, we do need to see some fights and some action starts occurring. Both of the parties have decided to go at the very corner of the map, corner of the safe zone. They're letting the situation run its course. They're making sure that it's kind of like a chance 50-50. Either the circle is going to go to them or the other team, and at that point in time they're completely like kind of messed up, but the circle is going to go towards a centralized position. Both parties can easily enter the circle. Stage number 8, it's done, it's happened. Stage number 9 is where the real diversity is going to occur, because nobody's going to have that circle for themselves, and the circle is just going to close. I do believe so that okay, Uzbekistan may have the higher probability of securing that win of a chicken dinner, just because hear me out, the mountaintop is such a small radius. The moment anyone is going to drop down from the mountaintop, they're going to be instantly bombarded with the shots. On the other hand, Uzbekistan, they have the higher leveled ground. They have the plain leveled ground. Staying there is a much easier choice, even for the circle, as it's going to shift.
I mean, this is a big risk so far, and Syria understands that, they know what is at stake here. They're so close to getting that winner chicken dinner. And this is where, that high ground advantage could be a double-edged sword if, that particular spot is no longer included in the circle, and Syria understand that. Close elimination for aggressor. It's a good thing that M7MD was able to dodge the attack, was able to give a little bit damage as well, but that was such an on-a-point nade as a response, and Uzbekistan could pretty much bag the winner chicken dinner in this situation.
Oh my goodness, the fight is finally occurring. The players are coming in, and the grenade on the face. Oh my god, he survived that grenade. But Rex is finally throwing his arsenal as well alongside of the team. Nobody's making any connections. Nobody's getting any connections. It's a 1 versus 3 that we're seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's a single guy versus a three players that are constantly like riding that car in one direction, other direction, trying to find out the players that maybe they're gonna ram the player down with the car, but he's gonna go into his own Molotov before anything can happen. The S12K is making short work of him, and Uzbekistan is the team, ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna have the win of an chicken dinner of the match number 5. This is the second last match that just ended, that just finished off, and Uzbekistan is the one responsible for all of that win of a chicken dinner. Right now on our screen is the final blow, the final moment that occurred. GSG, how they got bombarded with that mini red zone. Then Rex, he got into the Molotov. That one shot from S12K made its work, and it was all over for the player.
Yep. I mean, Uzbekistan understood the assignment as well. Rather. I mean, they tried to maybe also get a high ground advantage. But just like what you mentioned, in a few seconds it will be devoured by the blue zone. So they thought that, hey, it's not gonna, it's not gonna work out. Eventually we'll have to leave this spot, and it could be detrimental, for our win in this round. So they needed to step back and just really play the patience game. I mean, obviously they have all the advantages working out for them. All they needed to do is just really wait for the opponent to come out of hiding and expose their location, and they're definitely going to deal with that. Exactly, what we saw happened earlier.
Oh my god. This was the match number 5. That's the thing. Nobody expected this. Nobody knew what was going to happen, but in a single instance, Uzbekistan just took that lead for themselves. Look at those elimination aggressor. You were really the aggressor this time around. 12 total elimination that the team is going to have, but 39 eliminations? Whoa, wait a minute. Something's off. I know we have 11 teams, but 39? Nobody even got the revival done on majority of the players. Then we have the knockouts with 32. Heals goes to 47, 32, 3 revives in total. Okay, there we go. That's the revive number. 3 revives in total in Miramar. Then we have throwables, 87. Distance traveled for the whole teams, it's 215,000 kilometers. Longest elimination distance is going to be 397. Then we have a total of headshots of a number of 10 alongside of 10.0952 of the survival. Oh my god, that's averagely survival, I do believe. So with one airdrop being looted up, now going on to the head-to-head. Let's see. Uzbekistan, 12 elimination. Team KUW, 8 elimination, 1200 to 827 damage, 7 assists to 4 assists, 8 knockouts to 4 knockouts. This is the situation for the head-to-head.
I also love the fact that we are seeing a variety of teams actually getting that chicken dinner and wild performances coming from quite a number of teams as well in setting up their elimination points. I mean, all of the matches, I feel like there's a team that ended with a double-digit score, so that is outstanding, I can say. Uzbekistan this time, for match number 5 here, a total of 22 points, and then Syria coming in at second place with 10. Oh, wow, and this is a good thing to see. I mean, from second down to fifth here, Syria, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Kuwait, they're all 10 points. So again, usual names that we can see so far. Jordan, they lost a chance to dominate once again, but I'm pretty sure that they're taking down notes to prepare themselves and gear themselves up, for day number 2 here of the qualifiers. But we're not done just yet for day number 1. We still got one more game to go, and that's going to be in Miramar once again. But as for Turkmenistan and UAE, man, they have got to step up. Obviously there is something wrong with how they handle each situation. I mean, if you cannot win those drop clashes, if your win rate is low compared to the other team, then that's perhaps that's a cue for you to maybe change your drop spot, or maybe go for another location here, or change the rotation. I mean, something's gotta change.
I mean, it's been going on for the past 5 matches. Even survival is not working for the team UAE. We saw them survive at the early stages, into the first few matches, like Sanhok, the Erangels. They were surviving, but that didn't work out. At this Miramar, they went for the aggressive. That didn't work out as well. They got absolutely decimated. The only team with less than 5 points to their name at this point in time. They're super struggling, and something needs to be done by their side. But ladies and gentlemen, this was match number 5. Only one more match for the Group A, the day number 1 to occur. And oh my god, this final match is going to be Miramar once again. But before heading over there, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time we take a short break. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here once again after the short break that we did talk about. And now it's about time for the very final match of the day, the final Miramar. Group A will be done for their day number 1. Tomorrow is going to be group number B. But aside from that, before heading over even into the match, this is Torix. Alongside with me, it is the Red Queen, Andy. And Andy, this Miramar, I don't know. I was expecting something of the Miramar, but it was unexpected. What about the next one? What are your expectation of this one?
Well, we're down to our last game, just like what you mentioned, and getting through 5 matches, I guess stats are beginning to take shape. You know, numbers are dictating just who is actually reigning supreme for day number 1 here, and obviously it's KGZ. They're starting to stretch the gap compared to the other teams, which is what you should really do, you know, at the beginning of the competition. You just have to make sure that you take that lead, you know, grab it by the neck, just make sure that you sit on the throne up until the end of the qualifiers, right? And KGZ is not wasting any opportunities, not wasting any times to dominate. And I guess, you know, for teams like Jordan, Lebanon, Kazakhstan even, and I feel like they're trying their best really to catch up with KGZ, and it's not far, you know, to be exact. It's not impossible at all for them to catch up with the kind of aggression that they're showing us for day number 1 here. It's very promising.
That is true. But my main concern is right now is UAE. I mean, UAE is my main concern. Like, what is going on with them? They're not even playing that good for some reason. I don't know. The moment they get into a fight, they crumble. They initiated the fight into the match number 3. I think the final Erangel match, 4th match. They initiated the fight. Yes, they got 1 elimination. After that, they were done and dusted. They got absolutely decimated from that point onward. So for the 1-to-2 elimination ratio that they had, things are not looking good whatsoever, no matter how you look at it, for them at the very least. So they have a lot of work that needs to be done. They need to do a lot of work, a lot of like changing and everything, if they want to like cement themselves. But they still have 1 more day. And securing that top position, the number 1 placement, is going to be difficult. But at least they can secure up to the point, I think, the top 5, top 4, where they can easily at least secure the grand final slot.
Yeah, it's really gonna be hard for UAE to catch up. I mean, considering the number of games allotted, you know, for each of the groups here, they will have to double down on their aggression come day number 2. They will have to rack up at least, you know, a number of double-digit elimination points. And it is gonna be tough, not gonna lie here. But then again, you know, we are not taking out that possibility wherein they could probably come up with a much more effective plan in the coming day. I mean, UAE, obviously there is something that is not working right in terms of how they handle business, you know, in this competition. Again, if there's a need for them to change their drop location, if the win probability or like the win percentage for their team is not that high, then I guess you just have to bank on your strength as a team and just really focus on getting more points as much as possible, because I think they are the only team right now with a single digit score. So
yes,
something needs to change, just like what we said.
Yeah, they're the only team with a single digit, only 3 points to be very exact, for themselves. Even after 5 matches, I would expect like at least 6-7 points, not even if not the double digits. I would expect like 7-8 points to them, but no, that's not the case. They're barely even on the 5 points, barely, and I'm talking barely because they're on the 3 points right now. The final match, I don't know what's gonna like bring, what the final match is gonna bring for the teams, what it's gonna bring for the UAE or any other teams. Like Mongolia did good. I don't know what happened to them at this particular thing in the previous match that they were not able to like securely cement themselves. Even before that, like Mongolia got eliminated on the final Erangel early on. The top team got eliminated early on as well. So the top two were eliminated at that point in time, and from that point onward, the downfall for the top two, it's definitely happening. It's generally occurring to the point right now that we're seeing some struggles for them. But they have enough, they have accumulated enough points that even those hiccups that they have faced themselves with, it's not going to affect them.
Judging by everything that's happened so far for day number 1, it's absolutely certain that, KGC seems to have the most consistency in terms of rotation and getting those elimination points as well. I mean, that is, there's a reason why they are the team sitting currently at the throne here. I do wonder if someone is, or like a team is going to step up and directly challenge them. So far, I've always seen them being part of the top 3 teams, top 3 to top 5 teams in every map. And that only goes to show that KGC really is perhaps, the team to beat in the qualifiers.
I mean, it is the qualifiers right now. Okay, they have enough chances of making the mistakes, but you have to move into the grand finals too, and you have to move to the grand finals from this qualifier, through this qualifiers. There is no other way. Like, the more mistakes that you're doing, the more like challenges it is that you're getting on yourself, the more difficult you're making it for even yourself to get into the grand finals. Yes, you're gonna be able to get 1 or 2 maybe good games, but that's not gonna how it works. Getting 1 or 2 good games in like 12 or 15 games, it's a minimal. It's a minimal. You're just covering up like almost 2 or 3 games worth of action with those good games that you're gonna do. It's still not gonna be enough to like secure you into the top 5, top 3, where you will get the grand final slot for yourself. So it's about time that we discuss about it. But aside from that, I do love the fact that majority of the teams are kind of going consistent. We're seeing like 20 points, 30 points for majority of them at this point in time. And slowly and steadily, this number is definitely going to accumulate. This number is definitely going up, ramping up. What my main concern is right now is the fact that this final match, this final game of the Miramar, it's either going to go very chaotic with everybody going haywire on the aggressive stance, or what I really afraid is that everybody's gonna go very to the safer side.
I mean, that could be the case, yes, but just like what Taylor Swift said, you gotta shake things off, man. Shake it off, shake it off. Okay, if you've had like a streak of bad games, again, the important thing is that how you manage to get back up, right? I mean, you need to get in the game with a clear head, because if you let pressure creep in, get the best of you, then that could be very hard for your team to dominate. So since we are already at the last game here for day number 1, you just have to give it your all to make sure that you do your best, at least for day number 1. Again, we are just at the beginning of the qualifiers here. There's still plenty of chances for you to do something about your current situation. I mean, obviously, if something is not working out for your team, again, you just need to go back to the drawing board and discuss everything that happened in every match. Talk about how you're going to approach situations in the next round. So a lot of plays and strategies will come into play, especially that most of the teams are still trying to make up for the losses and make up for the numbers here. We don't exactly know how the last game for day number 1 is going to end, but whether or not KGZ is going to top this for the last round, and even I can say the same for Jordan, Kazakhstan, and even Lebanon, it's not going to affect them. I'm worried about those teams that are currently at the bottom of the leaderboards. I mean, is there going to be a resurgence happening for today?
Don't think so. I have no I'm saying no chance there is that that resurgence can occur. But the top teams, I think one of them had zero winner chicken dinners, and they were at the very top sides, the top 3, 1, 2, or 3 sides. I can't remember the names, whether it was Mongolia or it was Jordan, I do believe. So no, Jordan got the first winner chicken dinner. They had the very first chicken dinner of the day. Uzbekistan also had the winner chicken dinner of the Erangel match, the final Erangel. Mongolia was the name, ladies and gentlemen, that had the zero winner chicken dinner, but the top three placement for themselves. But here we go, going into the match of the Miramar. The very final match of the day number one is on our screen, going from the south side of the Los Leones all the way to the El Pozo, a southern favored plain line, in fact, but the circle is the bigger question on where it's gonna head out to, where it's gonna go. Valle del Mar is right now accessible. Those southern areas, the southwestern areas, they're accessible, but the northeastern corners, nobody's gonna be able to get there.
No, that is a question. But okay. I mean, Los Leones, you could fit three squads here. Are we seeing, the same teams drop in this particular spot? Okay, so they're opening up their chutes now. Teams headed probably in Pecado. That's going to be occupied. We saw a drop clash happen in the previous Miramar in Pecado, so perhaps we could expect the same thing, for the last round. But as for Valle del Mar, Cruz del Valle, even Chumacera area, I feel like it's going to be highly populated, considering the flight path that we have. El Pozo is going to be occupied as well, but oh man, the circle just favored up top, the northern side, so it'll be a long travel once again, for those teams that chose to drop along the south part area of Miramar here. So it's going to be an interesting engagement. But as for Los Leones, okay, I don't think a drop clash is going to happen. Currently, it's occupied by Mongolia. And, well, the abundance of loot that we have in Picado is just, outstanding. And they all have that to themselves.
That is true. That is true. There is an outstanding loot in the Picado. There is an outstanding loot in the Valle del Mar. And once again, these two teams, REN and UAE, against each other. Oh, come on. And once again, it's the same fight. And at this point, I think they're doing it to take that revenge. They want that revenge against the team Oman at this point in time for eliminating them back-to-back into the Erangel and the Miramar. But now, it is Oman getting a lot of damage connected on him. The sprays is not gonna come in because look at the guns, look at the arsenals. They have those tap guns, those single shot guns, semi-auto rifles, or the shotguns that will not go anywhere after the mid ranges, that will not be making any connections upon the players. But this is the final match, match number 6 out of the match number 12 of the Group A, Asia A, ladies and gentlemen. Final match, United Arab Emirates. Let's see what they have in bag for us.
Okay, they love to start their matches with a fight. Okay, let's see if maybe this time they could pull off a win here. But Chap, okay. If I'm not mistaken, that is an automatic sniper rifle. But could that be effective for Miramar? That meta has long been gone, in the competitive scene. But let's see if we can actually make that work. Oh man, okay. So this is the team that they're up against, and UAE. Well, obviously they need a solid win, for to remain competitive in this tournament. So, what move are they going to show us for now?
What move are we going to see? What move are they going to show? So far, this match is going super stale. Even though the teams are right close to each other, nobody's daring to fight. Nobody's going for that aggressive stance. And I know why, because of the fact that they're like really scared of the fact that, okay, what if we lose the players? What if we get eliminated? Nobody wants that to happen. Nobody wants their players to get eliminated. They just want those elimination numbers to soar higher and higher and higher. I have to give it to Oman as well that even with the 10 total points to their name, they're still at the bottom line. So even if they get those eliminations on the UAE, they're still at the very bottom of the table charts, at the second bottom of the table charts. But beautiful peak fires, beautiful peak connections. A lot of damage has occurred upon the players. But there we go. He's going to jump down, going to shoot down the player, and it's over right there. And then it's another elimination. And UAE is just going to crumple right there.
Yep, from the top down to the ground here. Amazing jump shot from Oman. You just wanted to make sure that, hey, there will be no coming back from that one. I need this point to happen, and that's exactly what they did. Again, getting the advantage up against UAE. Ah, man, okay. UAE obviously is not really getting any breaks whatsoever. And Chap, okay. Looking at the situation, he's holding onto a micro Uzi over here. Same thing goes for Salami. So this could be a CQC battle happening between Salami and Chap. Then again, you need to be careful because the buildings in Miramar has a lot of corners, like blind corners. So you got to be extra careful when you decide to raid this entire building out on your own. But let's see what Salami is going to do in this situation, of course. But there's really no pressure at all. I can feel for the side of Oman since they have the advantage right now up against UAE. But if they're not too careful, UAE could probably turn the tables up against them.
Oh my god, they definitely can. They definitely can. They have to like do something really good from this point onward. Even though with the 2 eliminations, I mean, the confidence is still there. UAE still has the confidence, but for how long? This is the question. That is the question, that for how long are they going to have this confidence? The moment one more player is gonna like get eliminated, it's gonna fall off. It's definitely gonna fall off. So be very careful on what you're doing. El Chap lost together, 2 different compounds, 2 different locations. The sprays are coming. Amar 77 with the Car 98. In fact, a bolt action shotgun. Shotgun. No, it's a sniper rifle. The bolt action sniper rifle. I'm so used to seeing the DBSs, the 1897s, and oh my god. Even at this point, the snipers are becoming these kind of things. But, ladies and gentlemen, United Arab Emirates finally picking up the 1897. They're going to get a knockdown instantly. He's going to get knocked too. Lost is down. And Salami, one of the guy that is into the proximity of the players, he's going to throw the Molotovs. He's going to heal himself and jump out of the compound. Come on, jump out. Get that final nail in the coffin, man.
Yeah, usually nowadays you see DMRs, but we're gonna get back to that topic in just a while, ladies, and just because Omen took a major hit right now. But Omen opted to rescue their teammate here before they hunt down this last active member from the side of UAE. But they have to deal with this business as fast as they can because you don't want to overextend your stay out here in the blue zone. El Chap, okay, he's trying to make the best of the situation. He doesn't have any first aid kit. So even if he survives this clash choice, I don't think he's going to get to the zone.
That is absolutely true. There is a possibility that he might not be able to get into the zone, but there we go. The zone, the moment, it's all going to be into the past as he gets eliminated. United Arab Emirates, UAE. They're done with their 6 matches of the day. 3 points, they take and they go home. Oh, come on. This is not good. This is not good. But aside from this, aside from the fact that now we're seeing the top 10 teams alive, only 2 more, in fact, teams will be going out without even a single point. But the first stage is about to close down. It's going to go towards the eastern hard corner. Hacienda del Petron, San Martin, water treatment. I'm loving this circle. But there's a lot of compounds. As much as I love this circle, there's a lot of compounds that's going to give enough momentum, enough chances for the teams to like survive for at least stage number 7.
It's a hard shift, for the circle here. And the amount of teams that will be coming from Crater Fields will be a lot, I can say. So perhaps, Syria could probably take on a spot here, get a power position to... I guess get a lot of points, assume a lot of points. They also need to kind of pick up the pace, for day number 1 here. But of course, it's easier said than done. It all depends on how these boys are going to execute each plan that they have so far in this tournament. But yeah, I feel like everyone headed towards Hacienda del Patron and even San Martin. And again, when it comes to Miramar, you just have to look for those high ground advantage, and that should be, the primary objective over here to make sure that you get the advantage. But Uzbekistan just stepped into the zone here, passing through water treatment up north. But most of the teams already flocking around San Martin and Hacienda del Patron.
That is true. But this airdrop. Oh, stranded, man. Stranded right there. But aside from this, Mongolia team, Desert, Tefi, the Raindrop, Sung, Jiro, everybody, all the 4 players, they're close to the Hacienda as well, and they're getting some shots. Desert, Tefi, Faye. In fact, Desert Faye. Oh my god. For some reason, I've been calling him Tefi, but it's Desert's Faye. Faye is over here. He's getting a lot of damage. 4W Clever. I'm really sorry, ladies and gentlemen, once again for pronouncing the name wrong. But Jordan on our screen right now. Lyth is here. Aliko. He's also into the proximity. And ooh, mini map wise, this fight may occur.
Wow. Stage 2, and we still have 10 teams over here. I think only one team got eliminated. Oh, okay, this is what we're talking about. Iraq taking in some damage, while Klar currently facing the floor as we speak. Aleko, okay, he probably knows that there is a player right in front of him, but he needs to make sure that it's a clear path, that it's a safe path for him to move forward. So this time, since one of them is currently knocked down on the ground here, it's still information gameplay. But don't you worry, ladies and gents. I mean, obviously in this situation, Iraq has a chance to reset, to pick up their fallen comrade here. They will remain as a squad, but I guess this is more of like chess moves, in this particular situation.
Oh my god, this is just stage number 3, and oh my, it's such a small one, it's such a small circle. Hacienda del Patron, yes, it's taken another hard shift towards the Hacienda side, so we're in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen. We're in for a treat. The team that is coming from the outskirts of the play zone, blue to the safe. We will have to see how they're going to affect this fight that's happening. The Jordan that's taking the fight, he threw that grenade a little bit too late. Could have blown up right in his hand, but Lyth finally now healing himself back to the 75, and after that the boosters are going to come into the way, and you can see what kind of situation that we're looking at. There's Iraq slowly, steadily pushing on. One player from the side of these guys, they are going into the back, getting that revive, but second grenade could have taken down the player. It couldn't make any connections, and right with this, it's still a 4 versus 4.
And also Mongolia and Kuwait having of course, a clash somewhere out there. Yes, here we go. You can see them on the screen. Desert currently knocked down on the ground here, and that was an absolute, oh man, elimination that just happened with a grenade. That was a smooth like a criminal right there, but Jordan still gaining that advantage up against Iraq. I guess there's a lot of fights happening simultaneously, but we're not taking our eyes off between Mongolia and Kuwait. But you know what? Kuwait is absolutely winning this fight since they've trimmed down Mongolia down to their last player. So all they need to do is just really be patient and play out their cards right to take that big W. But in the meantime, Iraq right now defending themselves up against Lebanon. Ragnar currently knocked down on the ground here. We can see Clever cooking up an 8 as well. Lyth on top of the staircase over here waiting for this 2 players from Iraq to go in for a charge. But Ali right now cooking up that nade. Layth waiting for them to take that opportunity to step up in the gunfight. And Layth was able to pull that trigger, effectively defending Team Jordan. But oh man, that was a 3v1, and Iraq wins the fight.
They did. They definitely did. Mongolia, you're still alive with 1 player, but Jordan. They're done. They're dusted. They're gone. Ren is also taking the fights from a different angle to a different team. I think Lebanon is the one on the receiving edge, and Wade is down alongside of Ahmad. Ahmad is down as well. Wade gets finisher. Back and forth going on. And at the same time, the solo guy of Mongolia, that is Jiro, he's constantly bombarded with the Molotovs, with the grenades, everything at the arsenal of the other team. And there's even a third party throwing those utilities of the third party. Is, oh my god, this guy is completely done. The moment anything is gonna even come close to him, he's gonna move, he's gonna give his location, and those grenades or even those Molotovs that may take the best of him.
Man, and Jiro, just look at that, it's cooking up an 8 here. Hopefully he doesn't overcook it. Okay, I think did not connect. But he's just waiting right there at the top of the staircase. But he is completely vulnerable right behind. So there's a need for him to go on prone here. That is a massive window right there, and anyone could actually shut him down from that angle. But let's see what's going to do in this situation since he is being surrounded by a lot of teams here. Coming off the kill feed, it's Iraq getting some elimination points as well. Same thing goes for KGZ, taking down players from Kuwait this time.
7 teams are remaining, ladies and gentlemen. We're down to top 7, and this is 15 minutes and into the game. 23 players. Juro, I don't know how this guy is alive, but he is surviving. And this is absolutely insane. There were 2 teams throwing those Molotovs, utilities, everything at this guy's. At the compartment at the very least, but not a single one of them connected on him. So he's still like in a very, very good placement, good position. Now, moving forward, we do have the other teams that we might witness. Kuwait, on the other hand, they're closer into the proximity of the side of KGZ. So Kazakhstan, they're here. They're into the outskirts areas as well. So one wrong move, and all of these teams, all of these names that will definitely be going against each other in try. Right now, the best path of action for every team should be like just cement yourself in the circle, right? Wait for the circle to like take another shift. Wait for the circle to close down and down and down. Make smaller radiuses, or if you really want to aggress, go for the fast push. Go for the fast push with a full squad whatsoever.
Jiro had a change of weapons over here. Okay, he's now holding a UMP. A while ago, he was holding a shotgun, if I'm not mistaken. But okay, let's see if that will work best. I mean, if this is a 3v1, if it could actually fit the script up against the team here, then that could be outstanding. But then again, Jiro, and just getting slayed from Kuwait. Another elimination point for their team. And stage 4, they're part of the final 6. And let's see if they can actually bag the chicken dinner this time. And it's been a long time coming since they're super aggressive right from the get-go. But of course, the fight is not over between all the 6 teams. They're still gunning for that last chicken dinner. And this time we're watching Syria go up against Kazakhstan. We got Vizer cooking up a nade. Okay, was able to inflict a little bit of damage, but not enough to completely shut down a player. We got Ali spotting a player from a distance, but can he actually take down Nagy from this angle? And now that he opened fired, he gave away his exact location. Nagy definitely has his eyes set on him. So who's going to be taking some bullets?
Yeah, that's a big question. Who's going to be the one taking those bullets, and who is going to survive over here? Who's going to initiate? That's the first thing. The first shot, who's from who is it going to come from? On the other side, you can see the GSG receiving a lot of damage. That's Syria for you guys, receiving some damages, getting one down, getting almost a second one down as well. But Kazakhstan, ladies and gentlemen, close to the proximity, the fight is definitely gonna happen. Backside, there is a third party. On the other side, there's a fourth party that can possibly occur. The sprays are going on. Rex getting a lot of damage and getting taken down by Nagy. Oh my god, and Nagy, you beauty, you managed to get a knockdown done right there and then, and now it's about time that you go and confirm that elimination. But KR Ali 25 gets a finisher, and I think that is kind of over for the team.
And you know what, KGZ Warrior was able to upgrade his helmet, his vest, everything else in between. You know, he was able to loot that airdrop, which is absolutely working out just fine for the side of KGZ. But, oh man, we've got Vizer over here from Kazakhstan taking a lot of damage from Warrior with a scar line. And even if he is on prone and crawling for some safety over here, or to safety over here, it is still a little hard, you know, to, of course, dodge those bullets. But the fight continues on. We are seeing KGC still trying to force their way in, to make sure that they occupy, most of the space here for stage number 5, going for that zone control that we keep on talking about. And, this is the same play style that we've seen so far, right off the bat. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they are really a force to be reckoned with.
That is true. That is true. But what I'm seeing is the fact that everybody can kind of look at each other, but they're not making too much of a noise at this point in time. They're letting the other team like take the first chance, take the first bullet. Maybe if someone survives, if he does not get knocked out, he's already damaged. You can shoot at him, get him eliminated from an off angle, and instantly finish him off. At this point in time, anyone that's getting a knockdown, he or she should be constantly fully finishing that person off at that point in time, because the moment you're going to let the player get away from the angle, he's actually going to come back to you right after getting that revive. Right after getting that revive, he's going to come over there to get that maybe that revenge done on you. But Rage gets a knockdown. Aggressor is over here. So far, 2 elimination. Kyrgyzstan on our screen, 1 elimination to their name as well. And Rage on the front line. You can see how Kyrgyzstan is actually looking at all of these players, all of these names at this particular vicinity. One is at the corner, one is on the other corner, so one's at the northern side area. So everybody's scattered from the Kyrgyzstan side. You can see Fike outside. The only 2 players that is inside the circle right now is going to be Effect and Zurich.
Well, okay, Syria has a very great spot here. They're holding on to a very nice compound. It's a prime location, for sure, but can they defend it though? I mean, Iraq is pretty close. I'm pretty sure that aggressor Spitty, Koji, Jonic over here is also looking at that spot as well. So this could be a 3-way battle. We still don't know, but the fact of the matter is there are a lot of teams eyeing that compound for themselves. So I'm not sure exactly if Syria can properly defend this effectively, considering they're down to their 2 players. But we're waiting at what kind of strategy we'll be seeing play out in front of us for stage 6. But I mean, in the meantime, it's KGZ, Iraq, and Uzbekistan that still has a complete squad here and has a better advantage compared to the other remaining teams.
I mean, that is true. And judging from the vantage point, the location that they have for themselves, like a better vantage point, it's going to help them. But for how long? When these teams are going to go up against each other, it's going to be a difficult situation. But oh my God, Iraq just lost a player. They just lost a guy. Kuwait is also losing their players as there are knockdowns going around. Ragnar gets a knockdown. Mishal gets a knockdown right there and then. And Kuwait down to the very last guy. That is Rage cooking those grenades. Let's see how he's going to be able to get those connections on Uzbekistan's players. He gets a knockdown. Can he get a confirmation? That is the bigger question, as Rage is right now really focusing on healing himself. You need to heal yourself back to 75, then take that aggression. But on the backside, the Molotov came in, the front line Molotov came in, and it was all over. The player gets eliminated. Kuwait has finally been out of the game from this point onward into the day number 1. And Uzbekistan, beautiful choices, man. Beautiful, aggressions. No matter what anyone says, these guys are definitely doing an amazing job.
Yep, but could this be the end of the line for Uzbekistan, though? I mean, they're getting challenged by the top team that we have in the tournament for day number 1 here. I mean, obviously, they have the momentum going for them. Although, Uzbekistan, they have the compound, but they will have to leave that compound eventually. The fight is definitely happening right at the edge of the circle. So let's see what's going to happen as Warrior goes in for that little tap and spray up against the enemy. But no connection just yet. And as for Kazakhstan, well, they're taking their time. They're close to the edge of the zone as well. But Syria, man, they do have a great vantage point compared to them, so it could be difficult for them to step into the zone.
That's another elimination coming around, and another player gets finished off. Ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the top 5. 14 players are remaining. Zurich is right now knocked out. Someone needs to go and heal this guy up before anyone rushes upon this particular location. Warrior going for the rescue, revive. Be very careful. One wrong move, one wrong step, and you can be into the open where your head might be spotting down by the other guys, other players. Even Thanos is in the front lines. Rex can easily shoot at him. Effect gets a knockdown. There is also Effective with the grenade throwing on Aggressor. Both parties getting a knockdown onto their sides. But Effect gets a car ram down. Now, nobody expected that to happen, so that was unexpected. Joinks is over here as well. Cooking grenade, only one grenade in hand. Can he make a connection to the top team at this point in time? The answer is no, not even a single slight connection, but he got a slight connection. Now using the Fool's M416, he's trying to make some connections upon the players as well. Once again, the splash damage is going to occur. Joink is down to almost 50% of the HP. The sprays are coming, but the rest of the team is also into the vicinity. Koji's going to take down Fike. Fike gets finished off. It's a knockdown. It's a confirmation on the guy. Aggressor gets taken down. Back to back. It's eliminations happening.
Yep, Jonik called for a backup, and the cavalry actually went to his side. So that's a very good gameplay from Uzbekistan, I can say. KGZ continues to have the best chance of scoring the chicken dinner over here, maybe because of their overall position on the map. Of course, one wrong move and could be telling a different story. In the meantime, we're looking at Iraq, and so far it's an impeccable defense for this very compound, making it very difficult, for everyone to just snag the compound out of their hands. And we can see that Warrior continues to cook up a lot of nades here to just keep the players of Uzbekistan at bay, or even to try to make it a challenge for them to get closer to KGZ. But Uzbekistan remains unfazed at the moment, although they've been taking some damage. But I guess they're determined, really, to take them down.
That's true. That's true. Warrior is here. With the Scotland in hand, we have Koji, we have Yoing, all the 3 players alive from the Uzbekistan at this point in time. In fact, Uzbekistan only has 2 players remaining into the game. It is a 2 versus 2 versus 2 versus 3 situation. Iraq is the only team with a 3-man standing. Everybody else, every single team else is going to have 2 players alive to their proximity. Syria is on the top of the apartments, the houses of the Hacienda del Patron. Right here at this, we do have to see what their next move is going to be. As we can see, Zurich versus Yoink, that can potentially happen. But Warrior, I'm more excited about Warriors on what Warrior is going to do, because he's super close to the proximity.
Okay, here we go. Warrior taking his time, though. I mean, you don't want to miss out on the opportunity to dominate, so you don't want to go making mistakes at this point, especially we are already at stage 8 here. Syria right now having a battle up against Iraq. Aliko going for that long rotation to sneak up from behind. We got Azzy on screen with a major spray, but then suddenly went back inside to, as to not expose himself completely. And now they're coming after Rex at the top of the staircase. But yeah, it was an absolute domination again coming from Iraq, bagging 6 points in the process.
Oh yeah, they are definitely backing up a lot of elimination points, but the thing is, Uzbekistan is now far behind as well. Not even KGZ as well. You can see them with 5 eliminations, but KGZ is finally going to have another elimination, 2 eliminations, and from 5 they go straight up to 7. We're down to the top 3, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 1 versus 2 versus 3. Syria down to solo. Kazakhstan with 2 players remaining. Iraq with the 3, but there we go. Iraq finally securing that elimination, and Syria after that Molotov is going to do a lot of damage upon the players of Iraq. I want to see what Kyrgyzstan is going to do from this point over, because now, as the airdrop has been looted up, he is ready with that MG3. The only thing that he should be waiting out is the players getting out of that proximity, as the circle is no longer with nobody. Oh my God, it's the stage number 9. We were in the top 8, top 7, or top 6, Andy. within 19 minutes. For the past 10 minutes, we've only lost like 5 teams and like a couple of players.
Alright, here we go, Iraq!
Ooh!
Oh man, getting a lot of damage there. Warrior going for a charge. He is unstoppable
Oh
at
my
the
god!
moment, and just like that, with an amazing jump shot, Kyrgyzstan. Again, KGZ went for their second chicken dinner of the night here, showing everyone that they are a force to be reckoned with. And KGZ, again, the top dogs for day number 1. Full domination.
They're so amazing. The second winner chicken dinner of the day, ladies and gentlemen, Kyrgyzstan. It is for you. Beautifully done, beautifully ended their day with a beautiful winner chicken dinner, a banger on top of that. The 1v3 at the very end, those are 10 eliminations that you're talking about. But here is the final moments, the final blows, the top 4s, how they took down the players of the T-72. With the S12K, Warrior was a 1, 2 eliminations. Then Zaruk had 4 eliminations at the front lines. The Warrior came in, got the 3rd, got the 4th, and I think he got the 5th one as well. In fact, Zaruk was the one that had the 1 knockdown, so he got 1v2 down. And right with this, 969 damage to this guy. Warrior having 1 most assist for the team, then 5 most elimination to Zurich as well. Zurich. Everywhere it is this name for the KGZ. 28 minutes of survival time.
And this is quite a statement over here for day number 1 of the qualifiers. Only goes to show that KGC, they really prepped up for this one. Again, strong consistency, strong performance, and there's no doubt that they are the biggest threat. You know, I can say for the qualifiers, if they can continue, and if they're gonna continue playing at this kind of pace, then it could be hard, you know, for the other teams to secure a spot here. I mean, the level of aggression is just outstanding. And the throwables used in the match, 155. I still believe that,
Highest
you know,
number.
this could go way higher.
You know, a funny thing, this is almost like I do believe so. In my eyes, if I remember correctly, if my memory serves me right, this is the highest throwable numbers used in all of today's matches. Match number 6 it is. Last Miramar, we had like, 120, maybe 89 of the throwable used. 40 on the elimination side. 48 is the total knockouts. Then the distance travel, okay, that's a good shot. Total headshots on the other side, that's a good number. We didn't see too much of the headshot ratio throughout this whole game, but final match, headshot ratio is really good. 349 meters is the final distance, is the longest elimination distance by all of these teams. But this was the summary of the match. Match number 6, the final match of the Miramar of today, of the day number 1. Going on to the head-to-head, it is 10-7 on the elimination side. Kazakhstan versus Iraq. Kyrgyzstan, in fact, my bad. 23-12. That's the amount of damage that these guys have done so far.
Oh yeah, it's really a lot here. And again, you know, they're making a statement over here, and they're making it known for all of the teams participating, you know, for this tournament, that, yeah, you just have to step up. You have to do better, you know, than us in the next coming day, you know, for day number 2. And we're not going to make it easy for you. And speaking of not making it easy, just to show you how many points they were able to bag for this particular match, a total of 20 points. We got Iraq coming in at 2nd place with 13. So only 2 teams that scored a double digit. And as for Uzbekistan, coming in at 3rd place, they scored a total of 9. We got 8 for Syria, Oman with 7, and Mongolia. This is by far not their best round so far, but it's still okay. I mean, the momentum is still there, the consistency is still there. They're one of the top performing teams, I can say, for day number 1.
This is the match 6 ranking, ladies and gentlemen. We still have to watch the overall ranking, but yes, this is the end of the day number 1. Tomorrow is going to be a break for all of these names, all of these teams at the very least. This is the second chart. United Arab Emirates, not even a single point. Jordan, not even a single point. Turkmenistan, they couldn't even join today's matches. We were done with 11 total teams that were joining in. So because of that, some of the diversity was over there, but overall standing, this is the overall standing, ladies and gentlemen. 81 points for the Kyrgyzstan, 47 elimination. Then we have 2 winner chicken dinners and 34 placement points. Iraq also securing that number 2 placement, 61 total points for themselves, 50 for Mongolia, 46 for the Uzbekistan. Jordan did good, but they kind of struggled after the first match, after the first event of the chicken dinner. Kuwait, Kazakhstan, Syria, Lebanon, Oman, UAE, they could not neither move up nor down onto their placements from number 6 all the way up to the number 11. So the only placement that got kind of changed was from number 2 all the way to the number 5. Not even the number 1.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. And Jordan, they started off really strong, explosive start, for this team. That was such a high number, when they actually won Sanhok. But I feel like their consistency dropped down a bit. But again, anything can still happen. This is just day number 1, so I'm pretty excited, especially for those teams, again, at the bottom. UAE, only 3 points in total here. They could probably still perform like a miracle gameplay over here, but again, we did say this, that they will have to double down on their effort. They will have to double down on a lot of things, to remain competitive, to stay in the game, to secure that slot in the grand finals. But I guess they will just have to do better compared to the rest of the teams.
That is absolutely true. They have to start doing something, but day number 1 is done, right? We're done with our 1 day. The second day is going to occur the day after tomorrow, meaning they will have tomorrow's day to completely rewrite and reschedule every single rotation that they are thinking of doing, any of those strategies that they were thinking of applying onto the game. No, you have to set up a meeting. You have to know that you are doing your homework. The day number 1 was not good for you. Day number 2 should be good for you. Day number 2 should go well for those teams that are not playing good today. But aside from that, yes, there is going to be the new group from tomorrow, the group number B. Then we're going to have a move to the group number A once again, the day number 2, the final day of there. Then the last day is going to be the group number B's final day as well. But aside from that, it's all done. It's all done. We saw 81 points on the number 1 placement. Number 2 had 61. And I think that was Iraq. Yeah, Iraq was the one. Mongolia couldn't secure the winner chicken dinners, and I have to talk about them once again, that they couldn't secure the winner chicken dinner, yet they are in the top 3.
And with the current point system that we have, the chicken dinner isn't really as reliable anymore, compared to the previous systems that we have, right? But Mongolia definitely is doing good. Despite the fact that they're not so keen on getting those chicken dinners, but in terms of consistency and elimination points, that's what keeps them in the game.
That absolutely is true. But ladies and gentlemen, the day number 1 has came to a conclusion. We watched 6 matches, out of which 1 was Sanhok, 3 were Erangel, and 2 were the Miramars. And with you guys, it was a blast. The day number 1 went out with a blast. But now, moving on, tomorrow is going to be another day. The group number B is going to play. But before we head over there, we're going to have to say goodbye on the day number 1. And guys, it was a delight to, for us, that you guys joined us onto the stream. This was Torix. Alongside with me was the one and only Red Queen, Andy. Andy, any final words before we head out?
Man, I'm expecting more action for day number 2. That is for sure. That's one of the things I really look forward to. And again, don't forget to follow the official social media pages of Iesf to get updated with everything that is happening with the Asia and Oceania qualifiers. And also, while you guys are at it, don't forget to follow us as well. Our IGNs is just right down below the camera, so it's easier for you guys to spot us out. So that's it for me. We'll see you again for day number 2. This is Red Queen and Torix saying goodbye and good night.